courtesy of Humble Bundle. So probably pick it up for $1. Um, it looked interesting. Don't know much about it other than you're trying to circumnavigate the globe in about 80 days. Beyond that, I have no idea. London, 1872. I've entered into the service of a new gentleman, it would seem. He is a gambling man. And associated with a Cape guy? I'm gonna turn this down on my end. Yep. Oops. Sorry about that. If there's any distortion, it was my mic cables wrapped around the mic itself. 80 days. Oh, this is based on a novel. I may have to go read it. Am I in the game already? Oh, apparently I am. Dashboard. Are we live? Oh, hopefully we're live. It says offline. Oh, no. There it goes. It says we are now live. Click to begin. London. Monsieur Phileas Fogg returned home early from Reform Club, and in a newfangled steam carriage besides. I helped him down, and the iron-lunged, steam-driven horses clattered away. Passepartout, he said. We are going around the world. Very good. We shall circumnavigate the globe within 80 days. He was quite calm as he proposed this wild scheme. We leave for Paris on the 8:25 in an hour. This is quite a departure from my master, who was by all accounts a creature of inflexible habit and mechanical irregularity. Perhaps the carriage's for engine fumes had affected his reason? Perhaps she still lay down? It would be a most inefficient use of time, he replied implacably. Pack an altimeter and my evening jacket. There's not a moment to waste. I'm sorry if I'm butchering pronunciation. You, Passepartout, now have funds. Your character is now dependable. Okay. Quickly, Passepartout, collect our things and we will be off. Pack. Oh, there was just a moment to seize anything that I thought would be useful for our long trip. A wax cylinder? Airskin is a psychological. A psychological altimeter can be used most assuring. Can I put it here? Oh, I can. Okay, so it looks like I have a limited amount of time. I have wool trousers, wool shirts. Suitable for driver 2. Incredible with marks of describing a recording of symphony. Or kind of the marks of describing a recording of a symphony. Okay, so this is used to play music, I think. A slender volume listing all shipping routes within Europe. Oh. Might be useful. Wolfing neatly tailored Savile Row evening jacket. Priceless. I wonder if that's the... Like, if I do this... Wardrobe set complete. Alright, I want to take these. I want to take the Blade Guards as well, but I don't have room for it, I don't think. Okay, so this is a 1 of 2 part set. Okay. Okay. I think I just click on the X when I'm done. Yep. New route discovered. Our completed Englishman wardrobe should help us negotiate times of upper class journeys. Oh. Okay. Yeah, because I packed that, it unlocked apparently a whole bunch of things. Okay. Ooh. Oh, and if I do this? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Depart. Embark. The guard's van has space for 1 suitcase, which will suffice. Oh, so I guess I can get multiple suitcases later on. The mechanical horses raced past. Piccadilly Circus and Pall Mall faster than a team of thoroughbreds. Even so, the whistle of the 825 was blowing as we pulled up to Charing Cross station. We raced along the course and threw ourselves on board. We have no tickets! That does not signify, Mr. Fogg remarked over his shoulder as he hurried towards the platform. We must not miss that train. If he's just... Why not? Judging that there was a moment to spare, elbowing aside a few ladies and gentlemen, where I was frustrated by a queue. Yeah, just elbow them aside. Why not? As though this were Prinbriar and not a busy train station. 2 singles to Paris, I demanded breathlessly. The guard raised his pen with agonizing slowness. Leaving tomorrow, he intoned. Leaving immediately. The whistle of the train shrieked once more. Drummed my fingers on the counter and cursed under my breath from behind me. I heard another whistle. The guard inscribed 1 ticket, then the other, with a painstaking hand, then passed them to me. The final whistle blew a long and slow damning. The 825 train was pulling away. Maybe the guard to stop the train. He looked puzzled, but waved his flag. The train slowed a little, and I thanked profusely as I jumped aboard. We were passing Dartford when I located Monsieur Fogg. He in one of the compartments. He looked up briefly and returned to his newspaper. I told the ticket inspector that you would be appearing presently, he remarked, unperturbed. Your funds have gone down a little. I'm on fine form, but we must make haste. You seem quite a handy man to have around, Passepartout. London smog gave way to rolling hills and pastures of the Kentish countryside, still untouched by the hand of technological advancement. I demanded to know the purpose of our journey. You see, Passepartout, he said, I've made a wager that we can circumnavigate the globe in no more than 80 days. How large a wager? 20,000 pounds, my master replied. 20,000 pounds, I repeated. in a strangled tone. He turned back to his paper, perhaps overtaxed by the grueling duration of our conversation. Guard rapped on our door a few miles before Dover. We're about to submerge, he warned. Take some people a bit takes people takes some people a bit funny, so watch out. But it is safe, right? Or is it not? I asked a trifle nervously. I've done this route 300 times and haven't drowned, the guard replied carelessly. Every inch of the Amphitheater Express has been examined and stamped with the artificer's seal. This is the world's only Bath Escape locomotive. Pressed my face to the window glass as the fins above the amphitheater's wheels extended with the hydraulic hiss. Night fell and we plunged past the end of the track into the freezing water of the English Channel. This is actually not exactly what I was expecting, but okay. The amphitheater plowed through the water overnight and splashed up onto wider gauge French tracks at the, sorry again, I'm going to be butchering pronunciations. Calais as dawn broke. Gave brute in mind, began to consider what we might require for our journey. Let's ask him where he plans on going, as the water of the channel dried from the compartment windows. I am as yet undecided, my master admitted. The new canal has sped up the shipping route from Suez to Bombay, though perhaps we could take the Trans-Siberian Railway across Russia. I'm gonna just down just a little bit. Okay, so we're going to Paris, and from there we could go to Amsterdam. Yeah. Okay, so he means to go to Paris. So he's already going this way. I don't get it. Are we going... Oh, we're not going vertically. Okay. Bye. That's me over there. Alright. Because I was thinking, if we weren't going to Paris, we could go to Amsterdam. Take that to Christiana, go to Stockholm, and then go to St. Petersburg. But where do we go from there? Alternatively, we could end up in Izmir from Athens. We'll go to Venice, Athens, Izmir, and then from there, maybe try to get to like go further out this way. But I don't know. New canal has sped up shipping from Suez to Bombay, then we could take the Trans-Siberian Railway across Russia. Siberia. Isn't Siberia really, really cold? It's too cold and grim, and I have a particular fear of bears. We could do well to buy furs, he replied, refraining from rolling his eyes. There are other alternatives. We may also travel overland across the Black and Caspian seas. Which is fastest? I believe he said that it is what we shall put to the test. Parbleu. I scarcely knew what to think. Just arrived at Paris, Gare du Nord, after just 1 o'clock. Automaton porters lifted our luggage and then our persons onto the platform with long, delicately filigreed iron arms. Paris, city of my heart. I was home, but not to stay. Okay, so now it's showing me the new routes. Okay, that's what I was trying to look for. I was like, what's he talking about? Now, if you have this game, there's apparently a mode where I can race you. Paris. Some of our possessions should be quite valuable here. But do we need the funds? I mean, I think our funds are okay. Well, I don't lose any time for the market, so let's take a look at the market. Okay, so I don't have the complete set from this. I can get the shaving kit, part of the Valentine set. Geometry equipped. A set of geometric drawings and instruments precisely made and beautifully presented. Wine. Magnificent bottle of Chateau de Coin worth 2,300 in Berlin. Valuable in Warsaw and Budapest. Part of the Gentleman Traveler set. Well, I'm thinking... Ooh, extra suitcase. Ooh. Yes. Can I... Okay. Apparently this is... This and this also sell for a lot here. Traveling cloak. I might get that, actually. I don't know. Valentine set. That goes for a lot in Berlin. Holy shit. Alright, so we're definitely gonna get the wine. I don't... Air sickness is psychological. Okay, so we probably want to keep that. We'll need another case as well. I kind of want to get the traveling cloak, to be honest. Traveling cloak, good for keeping out the chill winds and heavy rain. Instruments precisely made and beautifully presented. The shaving kit might be more useful. I'm gonna be honest. We're also gonna take this. Alright. Bank opens at 10 a.m. Day? A day for a hotel? No, we're gonna head out. Open our luggage. Overview. Can we... Alright. So our luggage says that this is good in... or it's good to sell in Berlin. So probably gonna want to go this way. Yeah, right here. So we're gonna want to get to Berlin at some point. So I'm thinking that's where we want to go. Amsterdam. We want to get to Berlin, but like these are the faster routes. So I'm thinking We go to Amsterdam. From Amsterdam, we go to Berlin. From Berlin, we go to Warsaw. Then go up and over to St. Petersburg. And from there, we go to Moscow and we follow that. That's a long trek. And it looks like it's going to be one of the quicker ways of doing it. But we definitely want to get to Berlin to sell that. Alright. Wednesday, okay, overview. Oh, okay. Okay, so when can we disembark then? Do I have to click on hotel? Okay. We'll pass the night here. Okay, so we come here. We took a hotel for the night. We will be comfortable here, Monsieur Fogg remarked, but traveling overnight will often be more efficient. So we must board the longest journeys available. Perhaps, he replied, the short answer indicating I think that one-day journeys might often be more flexible in their timing and could allow for more connections. Still, surrounds of the Hotel Ritz were most enjoyable. Clock's ticking fast forward. We must decide our next stop quickly. Click the clock to skip to an hour if you're waiting for the market or bank to open. Okay, so is the bank what we need to leave? Let's visit the bank, Mr. Fogg decided. A robbery, Munzer? You have additional funds? I'm a gentleman. They would extend my credit if required, he replied. But do you suppose I would put my entire fortune into a carpet bag under your supervision? I did not answer. I regarded the bank as we entered the manager. The manager of the bank as we entered, a small man who greeted us with greedy enthusiasm. You wish to withdraw funds? We were told. I warn you, might take some time. And for a single day, I declare, we swept out of the bank. Thankfully, our situation is not desperate, my master declared. Onwards. Hurry up. Don't drop those cases. Okay, so where do I buy the passport? Do I buy them here? No. Explore. We had a few hours to spare, so I can enjoy my city before we had to leave. Indeed, and you should learn anything of note. Be sure to relay it. I nodded and headed into town. The talk in the streets was of one thing only: an enormous, elegant oval stadium constructed upon the green fields of Camp de Mars, and containing the technological marvels, art, amusement parks, and milling crowds of the World's Fair of 1872. My city still bore the scars of last year's siege, as did I. Paris and France had surrendered to the Prussian army after 4.5 months of grim, blood-soaked resistance in the Franco-Prussian War. Now this World's Fair was intended to reassure the country's citizens. Put away my memories in those grim days. Days of rat meat stew and artillery bombardment, and I gazed instead at the grand illuminated pavilions of the exposition. An artificer was replacing an arc light. I went west towards the airship hangar. Ooh, airships. I went west towards the airship hangar, past a booth with a husband and wife pair selling panoramic hot air balloon rides to eager tourists. I inquired as to the hourly rate. Hangars crowded with airships. And flying vehicles of all shapes and sizes attended by a sharp-eyed crew from all over the world. My eyes were immediately caught by the African-made rigid metal balloon, the gilded Egyptian Ifrit-class airship, the metal-clad four-propeller Bakar Atomic, the bulky coal-gas-powered Ottoman Geik, the twin-bladed Peruvian gyrocopter. Oh, I don't know if how fast any of these are. I think the four propeller one would probably be fast simply because it has four propellers. The metal-clad four propeller Zvagar Atomic with red and yellow painted hull. They use the power of the sun, you know, remarked the lady at the stand. No fuel at all? A little for takeoff and for emergencies. They have rainy seasons in India, and they don't want their whole fleet grounded. Atomics such as this sailed the skies of British India near Delhi, home of the inventor Amlius Savarkar. Perhaps one day soon, Monsieur Fogg and I will find ourselves flying in such a craft. Returned to the exposition center, my thoughts turning with clouds and engine rotors. Avenues sprawled in every direction between the inviting illuminated pavilions of the exposition. An artificer was replacing an arc light which had burned out. She first disconnected the strange machine powering the lights. It had a spinning iron wheel which was wound around a series of armature coils. What is this device, artificer? I asked politely, my eyes strained to the copper lily pin which proclaimed her profession. It's a bleeding nuisance is what it is, the artificer grumbled in a thick Yorkshire accent. These cram machines are finicky beasts. Is that so? Oh yes, and the bleeding Yevlaklov candles only last 2 hours. Not like I have anything better to do, eh? Treat haste. The harshness of her tone was belied by her gentle touch. As she unscrewed the arc light's globe of enameled glass and replaced the 2 carbon rods within, she reconnected the supply of the 10 Yevlaklov candles connected in a series, lit it up once more. Will all streets be lit with electricity soon? They are already a fair past the cities lit by electricity rather than gaslight, she retorted. London will probably be last, given old Queen Vicky's prejudice against the Artificers Guild. The Queen is against you? She's just cautious, that's all, the artificer replied, pocketing her screwdriver once more. Knows real power when she sees it, though. That's what I'd say. She looks at her pocket watch, cursed, and hurried off, dropping something as she went. Hurried after her to return it. And she thanked me. My medallion. I'll need that to get my lunch from the canteen. Thank you. I went duty and walked away. Bowden returned. She giggled. Stop that, you make me blush. What is going on here? She rubbed the coin thoughtfully. I was given this for my work in Istanbul, you know. I made a very special automaton. I think it works as a driver now, on the route up from Izmir. I think that's right. An automaton who can drive? Of course. Is that so strange? I can only shrug. Who knows what is normal in this modern world? Looked about once more. Crowds turrets jostled heavily past, their eyes wide in wonder. head towards the red-purple tent of the Artificers Guild. Avenue of Nations. Why not? Took a stroll down the Avenue of Nations lined with buildings in the styles of the nations of the world, and manned foreign delegates in national dress. Although the newly formed German Empire was a conspicuous absentee in the city it had so recently conquered, the Austro-Hungarian delegation was being harangued by an artificer. The Zulu Federation had built a replica village. Okay, so artificer who looked up at me like a farm boy from province. The artificer was pointing at one of the soldiers guarding the doorway and shouting in terrible German, "Verboten, verboten," appeared the soldier, who was sporting a rather fine mustache and a gleaming uniform so spotless that it looked almost polished. Merde, or Mirth. With a start I realized that he was no man at all, but rather an automaton, with an enamel-painted uniform and pewter face. The artificer cursed. These Austro-Hungarians have brought their automata soldiers to Paris, even though war machines are expressly forbidden by the guild. Who knows what danger they might represent? I turned away hurriedly. My feet were tiring, and the hour was growing late. I returned to Monsieur Fogg, who was eating a meal of plain boiled beef, laganaise? Did you enjoy your the exposition? Master inquired diffidently. I preferred a hearty meal and an English newspaper, and I nodded. Nothing else could possibly impress me now. We are unspeakably lucky to live in such an age of invention, I declared. I will certainly make it easier to win my wager, Monsieur replied mildly. I dreamed that night of mechanical wonders and automatons, with beautifully enameled faces, knowing little of the strange inventions and strange people I would soon encounter in my journey the world. Your relationship with Fogg has now grown slightly worse. What? New routes discovered. Okay. Time to depart. Amsterdam. Oh, I get to pick my route now. Okay, good. Good. This is what I wanted. Okay, so... Saturday. This is Thursday. Probably, yeah, Friday, Saturday. So, here would be... I do want to go out there, but... you know... Okay, we're going to Istanbul. Or, Amsterdam. I'm sorry. Why did I say Istanbul? Because it's this one over here, I think. Yeah. Plan. Tomorrow before 5 p.m. Alright. The hotel was too expensive. We had no option but to curl up in a shady spot under a tree like wild dogs and try our luck outside. I could barely believe what we had been reduced to on in our trip. I woke twice as tired as when I laid down. Lich thought it could lay worse. Depart. Embark. There's no roof. The car's roof has no space for one suitcase, but we have two. It's promised to be an bothersome experience. A car that can only fit one suitcase. We found a member of the Makers Guild to carry us to Amsterdam. She loaded the cases into the back, stroked the boiler, and took off at high speed along the coastal road, surveying around each corner with considerable skill, and I think some glee at our discomfort. No, a touch of showmanship. I clung on tight. This would be a terrible ride. Or terrific ride, sorry. Converse. Begin conversation. Greetings, driver. I cannot drive well if you are talking to me. Okay, bye. Once or twice, the metal-rimmed wheels on the lifted the chassis clear from the road on one side, only to bump down after a chuff and puff more of the engine. We were jolted around like so much poultry. Must have topped 40. Perhaps even 50 miles an hour. Fabulous way to travel. The Polish inventor Bozek, who had first attached a perfectly decent locomotive engine underneath a flimsy wooden crate, was clearly a genius. Such cars were growing in popularity. My good friends, if I were not destined to be a valet until the day I die, I have gray hairs. If I were not destined to be a valet until the day I have gray hairs in my ears. I would become a car driver. Become a mechanic. And let's go with mechanic. Creating these wonderful devices that go so fast and yet hold the road as though with dug-in claws. Does such a role exist? Perhaps I will invent it, if not. Toot toot. As we rode along, I spoke to our driver. I watched this driver as we rode, hoping to learn her secrets, should I get the opportunity to drive for myself. I am now zestful, apparently. Oops. She said she couldn't drive and talk, so I'm not gonna bother her. Evening jacket could earn us well here. There seem to be no departures today. We should explore a little. Evening jacket. European carriage list. Lost Rembrandt. Lost sketch by Rembrandt depicting a set of outline figures. Look at how much money that rakes in Munich. Routes for carriages in Europe will be visible on the globe. Alright. Alright, it's kind of cool. let's plan our route. Alright, so we're gonna spend the night apparently. We'll pass the night here. So the people of Amsterdam move about its candleside streets with a sense of optimism and good cheer. Felt no pressing need to linger. One look at the buildings tells another story. Our own mission left little time for exchanging pleasantries. I found a street peddler who greeted me with a cheerful smile beneath a caterpillar-like mustache. What's the fastest way on from here? Car, I suppose. The roads are good. The canals used to be better, but now they seem almost out of date. He sighed. It is a curse, to be rich in the past. By the time the future rolls around, you're poor again. Maybe you'll be rich again sometime, I remarked, more from sheer optimism than any true convention. The peddler reached into his pocket. Buy an apple? £1. I bought it, and took it with a smile. Thanked the peddler and moved on. So many choices, all that remained was to choose how best to depart. Fine, but we must make haste. Depart to Berlin. Embark. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is the health going down? Our next leg was another short trip in car. Bounded in, eager to get started. We hired the same driver as before. You two, she exclaimed. Get in. I hardly trust you to attend to my person. Damn! As we departed Amsterdam for Berlin, I begged Monsieur Fogg to allow me to turn the wheel. He looked to our driver, who smiled and happily moved to one side. The wheel beneath my hands was like nothing I have experienced before. Almost an electrical sensation. Such a responsibility. Knowing the slightest sneeze could send us veering into a ditch. I drove by sheer instinct, quite without thought to the mechanisms involved. That presumably is how we came a cropper. I'd assumed the car would start as normal. I confess I drove it like a loon. After we paused on a slope to avoid a wandering passerby, I was mistaken, however. As we rolled backwards, I do believe all that stopped us was the ditch into which we tilted, caught like a ship in a bottle. Far worse was the expression on my master's face. Hours later the car was fixed and we were able to drive on, but the irrevocable had already occurred. We were now a day behind. We made good progress in the car, but not enough to recover our lost time. Toot, my friends, toot. Toot, toot. Whatever. So our driver asked, quite suddenly, after a full day and a half of silence. Where are you going to Berlin anyway? Going around the world. The driver frowned. By car? Car, train, airship, whatever we can find. She nodded. You should go into Africa, she said. The Zulus near the Olendi run a long distance airships across the world. That was the extent of our discussion. She returned to driving and I watching the world slip by. The road swept beneath our feet like a dogged gardener. Finally we came upon a sight of tiled roofs, the harbor, and the smells of the herring. We had arrived in Berlin. Market! Oh, apples. Oops. Alright. Now let's plan our route. She said we should go into Africa and use their airship. Okay. So sorry, just the changing of the colors kind of like throwing me off a little bit. Alright, so that might take forever though. Hold on. Let's see how long that would take. Run from Moscow to Russia. No, that's we stayed the night at the hotel Alden on Unter den Linden, the main boulevard in the central Mitte district. From the window, the Brandenburg Gate was lit by upturned gas lamps. Entirely, the journey was so far had been exhausting and wearying to the spirits. Yay! Okay. So I didn't see if there's anything at the bank or at the market that we needed, and I don't know. New routes discovered. Good, good, good. That's what I wanted. Okay, good. Berlin, they tell me, was once filled with the glorious sound of people speaking French. Not so anymore. Now there's only the crashing of gears. Every street corner is equipped with rotaries and wheeled systems that spin glass globes this way and that. Their purpose is quite unclear, but I noticed people walking quickly past them. When I investigated one by clambering up the pole, throwing my shoes at it. Much to my master's horror, I found it was solid crystal sphere with no openings and nothing inside. The mystery persisted until nightfall when these globes are all lit up, and the people of Berlin clustered around the warmth of the globes to drink beer and converse. It seems they work hard here, but they collaborate with equal vigor. Join the merriment. Oh, his health went down again. Bastard. Earning ourselves the offer of a lift all the way to Bucharest from a stocky blonde man who spoke only in dour monosyllables. I sipped at the mug of beer with a thick head and recoiled in horror. These fiends put wheat in their beer. The afternoon turned to evening and we finished our explorations of Berlin. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we want to get up to here and go to Moscow. So we're gonna go to St. Petersburg, then to Moscow, because we already know a long route. Alright. We're gonna depart. Arrives Thursday. Arrives today. Two days. Wait. I rather think this departure could be altered. Negotiate. The Polka alternative from our air travels set should spur them on. Looks like we can grease the wheels a bit. The ticket will require a further $88. Embark. Go. The Nordic Flyer was a small chartered airship crewed by a trio of Norwegian women, one ancient, one middle-aged, and one in the prime of her life. It was company I found most congenial of the three. The ropes were loosed and we were drifted up into the skies. Now, the name of this blimp isn't the Hindenburg, is it? I kid. And then our travels ended in tragedy. So, why are you going to Stockholm? Asked Mademoiselle Elsa Ikias, youngest of the three. Going around the world. She clapped her hands. And we are part of your route. It's wonderful. Tell me, where else have you been? I told her, but the interest rapidly waned. I've been to Berlin too, she said, and Paris. Yours is not much of an adventure. It will be. It's only just starting. Only just starting, I replied, but I could not help but agree. We will have more of a tale to tell in a few weeks. Oh, she replied, eyes glittering. I do hope so. With that, she bowed her head and left me to be. We spent most of the day crossing the lower wastes of Sweden, empty with fields of scattered houses, an airship in the skies, and haystacks below. All of life is here. My friend Mademoiselle Akis joined me at the rail. It's wonderful, is it not? One day when I am done with gentlemen, such a place will be home. She shook her head. If you're attempting a proposition, monsieur, you would do well to turn your attention elsewhere. I wasn't, I protested. I'm going around the world, so you said. There was a call from the upper deck. We were above Stockholm, and the eldest woman threw out the painter, and it unraveled down to the ground. Slowly, we descended towards the city. Funkaturi should be quite valuable here, but I don't plan on getting rid of it. It seems they're pretty demanding. 2 days. Ooh, that's quite a hefty toll, but yeah, let's do it. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Fur coat, elastic wallet, solve. Let's call it an unseatable wallet attached to the inside of the pocket by elastic. Urban traveler set. You can go around the whole world, but nothing surpasses a decent apple. Of interest to official, earnest, and soldier types. Yeah. Drinking horn. Are we going there? Hold on. 3,800 Anthalia. Oh. Okay, so. Are we going there? I don't think so. Okay, so I don't think we're going there. I don't think they have anything else worth taking. Hotel. We'll pass the night here. And his health is going back up. Yay! We found our hotel to be very well appointed, and we're glad for it, because the streets outside became fearfully cold as night fell. It is a wonder people can live in such a chilly place. There's something beautiful in this bleak city. From the way he turned his head, it was clear that Mr. Fogg had found my remark distasteful, but he made no particular rejoinder. At which moment there was a hurried knock on our door. The hour's late, Mr. Fogg remarked primly. No doubt a tacit instruction to leave the door be. It is instructed. The knocking sounded again, and then a voice. Passpartout? That's for me, monsieur. Mr. Fogg did not reply, but busied himself with the newspaper. I opened the door, and fell down surprised. A young woman hurried in. Passpartout, she said wildly. I've changed my mind. I shall marry you. What? It was Mademoiselle Elsa Iacus, the girl from the airship. Okay. I smiled, helplessly charmed, because I have no idea what to do at this point. This was an inconvenient turn of affairs, but who was I to ignore such a compliment? Mademoiselle Elsa continued regardless. I couldn't take it anymore. Stuck on that boat with my mother and grandmother. I want to come with you. I want to see the world, all of it. Will you take me? I cannot abduct you. I welcomed her in and introduced her to Master. I must ask my master. Since I'm making all the damn decisions, he can deal with it. I welcomed her and introduced her to Monsieur Fogg. Monsieur, this is Elsa, a good friend of mine. So it would appear, he remarked with an uncharacteristic sarcasm, though he glided up from his seat and spoke. As he spoke and put out his hand, young lady, Elsa looked at me with excitement. So you will take me with you around the world? Of course, I declared firmly, and saw Mr. Fogg's slight nod of approval. Please, my master declared. This room is yours. My servant and I will find another for the night. And so we left our room to rent a second from, as Manuel Elsa settled herself in. Hey, we went from 2 people to 3 people. Depart. Embark. The morning we made leave to, we found Elsa waiting for us, sitting on the trunks with her hands neatly folded. The first day of my adventure, she declared with a great cheer. Smiling helped her. It was utterly mortifying. I'm most uncertain of this, of course. I smiled and helped her to her feet. We headed for the terminal together, my master in a strange, unreadable mood, while Elsa described the adventure she hoped we would have together. I must admit, I found her company quite inspiring, and was looking forward to getting to know her over the next few days, because he is a stick in the mud. All he does is, like, you know, go or whatever it is he does, looking down his nose at you. Boarding was a rather confusing affair, as Elsa did not have any of the proper paperwork. Questions started to harden. I tried to reason with them. They were very insistent that Sweden should not be allowed to mislay its population. As the border guards argued with her, she began to cry, and then shot me a sly look under her eyelashes. I have softened their hearts with my tears, she whispered. You approach them from another front. I promised I would try, and she redoubled her weeping as she was led outside. My good men, the head of customs remarked, we simply cannot allow the undocumented trafficking of anyone. It is unconscionable, you understand? She's running away from an abusive father. Running from an abusive father. Perhaps we could buy the relevant paperwork now. Fuck it. I tried, hoping to appeal to their honor. The man seemed most concerned. But this is very irregular, you understand. So are her circumstances, I insisted. The man shook his head and shook it again. Gentlemen, I will allow it. But upon my life, I hope your souls are clear of guilt. I thanked him profusely and then hurried outside to tell us the good news. But she was nowhere to be seen. Nor, for that matter, was one of our suitcases. All that was left was a note. The Nordic Flyer is in desperate need of repairs, and I need funds to secure them. I hope you will forgive me for my deception. I cannot lose my home. Oh, you... Mr. Fogg gave me a heavy look. My apologies to you, Passepartout. A broken heart can be a heavy burden. I'm too confused to be upset. Clearly a woman unworthy to be your wife, he said, in an uncountable moment of kindness. You must put her from your mind entirely. We returned to the border and waved away the questions from the customs man on board our ships, somewhat poorer than a few minutes before. Okay. The ferry left Stockholm's terminal and cut out into the Baltic Sea for the short crossing to Helsinki. After we were on the water, only after we were on the water did I allow myself a sigh of relief. I was a free man once more. Decent herring and small battered fish. When Monsieur Fogg studied a Russian newspaper he found in the crew quarters, I did not think he could understand a word of it, but the pictures appeared to entertain him. We docked at Helsinki in the evening, and I persuaded Mr. Fogg that we should disembark to unload a few passengers and take a small group of soldiers for the final leg of the trip to St. Petersburg. A traveling cloak should be quite valuable here. Part of the Englishman's wardrobe set. Cold climate set. Cold climate set. We need to get to Moscow from here. And pass the night here. We'll find a way to get to Moscow in the morning. Nevsky Prospect. Immortalized by Dostoevsky and Gogol, would have been unrecognizable to those venerable writers. Imperial soldiers filled the streets of Galinsky, enormous black iron hydraulic walkers, battling riding peasants. We stayed boldly and decisively away, and saw little more than the occasional flying fragment of stone bashed out of some wall. It's not dependable. Explore, because we need a route out of here. Yes, that's what I wanted. I took a few hours to explore, investigating the various options for how we might continue our journey. Oh. Cold weather. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the market. And this is the cold weather set, and Aha! But the cold climate set negated that. There we go. The line from St. Petersburg to Moscow was affectionately known as the Tsar's Finger, and ran perfectly straight apart from a bend near the city of Novgorod. The story told is not worth repeating, went that the route was drawn by the Tsar with a ruler, except where he drew around his own fingertip. This was ludicrous. Obviously, it seemed more likely that the steep mountainside were more to blame than the stray imperial digits. Beg you, do not try to entertain me, Passepartout. The train was comfortable enough. I spent my first days aboard, attending to my master's state. And pressing his trousers, and he seemed a little better for it. We settled down for the night. I'm on fine form, but we must make haste. The train stopped twice before reaching Moscow. The first time it was searched for artificers' equipment, and the second time they searched for weaponry. Seems the Russian police like to police. And here we were, only a few days into our long trek across the continent. Unfortunately, one of our other passengers decided to put up a fight, insisting they would not open their suitcase. A standoff commenced. I got to my feet, knowing Mr. Fogg's wish would be for a speedy resolution, no matter the cost. Approached the man directly and demanding to turn himself in. Yeah. Demanded to turn himself in. Whatever secret you hide, monsieur, I declared, it is not worth making us other travelers suffer. The guards, spurred on by my words, grabbed the man by his arms and marched him off the train. We began to move once more. Turned rather pleased with myself, but he was looking concerned. Hardly gallant behavior, he remarked. I thought those... The knitted gloves should be quite valuable here. Maybe, or maybe we shouldn't... Cold compress? Part of the rest of... Let's see what's this. Part of the gentleman traveler set. And I got rid of the coat that goes with it. Fuck. Oh well. False passport. A forged Englishman's passport in the name of Jack Passenger? Really? What? What? A healing salve for tired joints and bones. Rest and relaxation set. I'm probably gonna sell the knitted gloves and pick up the top hat, the salve, and the cold compress. There. That way he'll... I think that should make him heal a bit easier. Our completed physical reserve set should protect against strenuous conditions. Plan. Whoa, that's a huge vitality hit. Leaves tomorrow. Yeah, this is where I want to be. There's no chance of traveling this way today. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Alright. Cool. Hotel. Moscow is not a comfortable city for a Frenchman. A local composer had just written a piece people were calling the 1812 Overture, commemorating the Russian victory over Napoleon's invading Grand Army in that fateful year. patriotic passions were a fever pitch, but I did not let that stop me. So I stayed very sensible indoors. Alas, my friend, my solitude was quickly interrupted by an officious rap on the door. Two men in clothes so plain that they were most certainly police officers invited themselves in. I had heard of the Okhrana, the newly formed secret police which investigated revolutionaries, malcontents. My luck, it seemed, had deserted me, so I resolved to make my own. They asked me my name and purpose, and I answered deferentially, keeping the truth and not raising my eyes from the floor. They seemed skeptical about our journey, and I could not blame them. Anyone with half a brain in his head would wonder at our breakneck journey around the world. At length they nodded, and one removed a curious monocle and replaced it into his pocket. Seems you are truthful. Crazy, but truthful. Why you travel through Russia, we do not understand. Perhaps you are heading for Vladivostok? We've considered it. Perhaps you have some advice for us. Perhaps we do, the policeman agreed. Vladivostok, again, pronunciations are escaping me, is close to all but military personnel. If you were thinking of going that way, choose again. They proceeded to rummage through our case, tossing our possessions in all directions, but evidently finding nothing of interest. Do not stay in Moscow too long. Russian air does not suit Frenchmen. I took their warning to heart, and quite looked forward to departing the Tsar's capital. Their characters are now dependable. He was already dependable. No, we're going here. Siberian weather. This looks like a fierce, wearisome option, but the fur line should help. Yeah, ooh. More than we can pay. Okay, Timberg. We can get here. The bell in the stuccoed and whitewashed Moscow station gave its third and final clang, and the platform erupted into a frenzy. Rough-shawled peasant women wept freely as they kissed their immigrating sons and daughters goodbye, while businessmen and prospectors in smart fur-trimmed coats slipped money into the provniks to secure their compartments. I did the same. We found ourselves in a small cabin with heated water and even a shaving mirror. Your funds have gone down a little. Relations with Fog have improved slightly. I do hope you're not spending too much. Press abort. The money has to last all the way around. Okay. We were away. I was fixed to the window the first day. Familiarized myself with the train. The last two carriages were heavily guarded prison cars, and the fourth class, and then the fourth class, then the third class, and so on, with amenities scattered between the passenger cars. It was dusty and cold and made my heart sink. My bed at night swayed along the motions of the train from Moscow to Kamchatka, which was a journey of over 5,000 miles, and we had only just begun. Our fellow passengers were a mix of convicts, political radicals, prospectors, businessmen, and military officers. In the midst of this was a young lady, Rosa, modestly dressed, in a rich military-style jacket and fur toque. I made her acquaintance only too easily. She was desperate for a sympathetic ear and told me her great secret. She had fallen in love with a peasant boy in 4th class called Jenk, or Jek, by which I understood that they had a shared glance of extreme passion in the baggage car. Or foolishness. First, I'd give her any aid I could pursue her to tryst. What else could I do? Shirley would provide some entertainment on our long voyage. We crossed the Volga in early afternoon, and crawling slowly over the bridge, perched on a high stone pillars, the devout Russians stood. It was a muddy, sluggish river. The devout Russians stood and crossed themselves while looking out over the water. I could just hear the lilting, rhythmic, oar-beating songs of the Volga boatmen over the whistle of the steamboats. We're making a lot of progress, at least. We crossed the Ulros today, at the risk of sounding like a jaded traveler. I must admit they are hardly magnificent. A heaving up from the earth and forested hills for a few hundred miles. We stopped by Ekenvenberg, where I spotted a young lady, joined the lively cavalry officers, pursuing Mustard Fog to jump off. What? Spotted the young lady slipping off to the 4th class. Her worried mama followed soon after, demanding whether anyone had seen her daughter Rosa. I mean, excuse for Rosa. Gesturing discreetly in the direction of the laboratories. They were mixed-sex conveniences, and cause of much inconvenience, truth to be told. Her mama was convinced and settled down to her luncheon with gusto. Rosa returned after a half hour hence, cheeks flushed but otherwise unharmed. She cast me a grateful glance. I could only hope her little amour could not blossom into an outright scandal. Time aboard the trains takes on a meditative quality. Library car. I met Goland, the daughter of a Mongol chieftain who was poring over a thick volume of algebra. I lamented my lack of mathematical skill. Just kind of true. As she laughed, I must study algebra if I am to be an engineer in the Imperial Army of Russia. I wish to leave behind the ancestors' warrior past. It is a new world, I observed. We may remake ourselves as we like. She laughed, delighted. Just so. She folded the book closer. You have traveled once, sir. They call us barbarians, don't they? She asked. Felt sorry for her, wanted to soften the truth. Who are they, and what do they matter? I demanded, with the rhetoric and spirit. Your life is yours. She leaned forward, eyes shining. The truth is, there is more going on in my country than most outsiders know. We are growing fast as a people. You mean territorial expansion? I asked, troubled. What do you mean? I asked, intrigued. This is an age of progress, she replied, tapping her books, of systems, of thermodynamics, and my people, we have discovered some very interesting things. I was intrigued, and leaned forward to hear more, but the girl shook her head. I won't tell you, she said and laughed. I will show you, tomorrow night, on the deck. I'll be there. We conversed until supper, and she presented me with her family's sold a Mongolian horse-tailed banner. I do not have any need of my past where I am going, she said. You have it. Do with it what you will. Omsk today, we decanted a full score of British, Dutch, and German merchants themselves onto the platform. And took on more military officers who cleared the entire first-class carriage for the use of a mysterious couple. I caught a brief glimpse of the woman behind the bristle of bayonets. I was fairly overset with curiosity, but it would be several days before I encountered the couple again. The hour grew late, and my meeting with Goland, the mathematician, approached. Mr. Fogg watched my bustling about our cabin with suspicion. You look as though you're planning an escape, he remarked. I'm meeting someone. Mr. Fogg's eyebrow twitched in that manner of his, but he said nothing. Returning to his newspaper, I breathed a sigh of relief and hurried from the cabin to meet Goland on the viewing platform of the train. You came, she said. I am glad, as am I. She looked in my eyes for a moment, then smiled quickly, taking my hand. She walked along the edge of the rail. Why are there just so many of these types of encounters? It seems like it came out of a romance novel. The wind tugging her hair into a wild dance. The train's lamp was a single candle in an endless night. Lifting my hand past her cheek, she pointed her finger out onto the desert. There. I saw nothing except the evening stars. I shook my head, and Goland laughed. There, she exclaimed. How many stars do you know that move? She was right. One gleaming dot on the dark horizon was lifting upwards. Goland squeezed my hand. That star is the Garuda launching, she replied. It flies at night to keep it a secret, but now you know it. Thank you for entrusting me with it, I replied, and she nodded. You seem an honest soul. I shall hold it to my heart, I replied with gallant sincerity. I hope so. Her dark eyes flashed with hot anger. A moment later, she stood on her tiptoes and leaned forward. Out there on the deck of the remarkable train, there were endless Russian night, bitterly cold, and the Lady of Steps kissed. What? The Lady of the Steps kissed me. Kira's now wheel-headed, or well-headed. Rosa absconded once again, and her mother caused quite a ruckus in the breakfast car. Apparently the girl is affiliated to a rich, rather stiff-looking German merchant who boarded at Omsk. I predict this comedy of errors will come to no happy end. As the sun set over the taiga, Mr. Fogg expressed a mild boredom with the momentous view of the carriage windows, and my own feelings were quite different as I stood across that wild view, a view I liked so much that once night had fallen, I went to stretch my legs on the viewing platform for the second night in a row. My voice starting to get a bit hard. Hoarse. He's fine, doesn't need grooming. We crossed the hallway mark of our journey today. In the morning, we wound the Angara Valley towards the mining camp of Irkutsk, the great city of Siberia. I saw Goland disembarking with her suitcase of books and struggling under the weight. I rushed to her aid, but she brushed my help aside. Generous sir, she mumbled. I cannot be seen to be helped by a Frenchman. I stood back, stung, and watched as she met a man on the platform, an uncle perhaps, who scooped her up with great familiarity and led her away to a horse, parked neatly in the yard beyond. Then she was gone. We waited while the luggage was unloaded. By leisurely porters and rough-clad mujiks until the whistle blew and the train's engines wound up once more. Our journey continued. And by afternoon, we reached the magnificent expanse of Lake Baikal, as clear as the finest crystal, bounced by banked cliffs on the western shore, and constantly thriving raucous reputation of freshwater seals, or the raucous population of freshwater seals. The track ended at the lake's edge, but the great train showed no signs of slowing or stopping. I began to feel, as my master would say, a little perturbed. Now, my friends, this next sentence will seem to you the invention of a madman, but I assure you it is utter, unvarnished truth. We drove straight from the shore onto the clear water of the lake, causing barely a ripple. I looked out of the compartment window and saw the wheels pulled up, and zut alors, the train was hovering in the air through some unseen mechanism. I looked for the tracks, and could only just see them against the gleam of the sky. They were cunningly built upon pontoons, which only just broke the surface of the water, though we did not touch them. What sort of train was the Trans-Siberian? You stay in the 90% range. I contrived a meeting with the mysterious couple, though, to be strictly accurate, I knocked over the red-haired woman. Entirely accidentally. She was very game about the whole unfortunate incident, and introduced herself as Madame Knezia Petrovna Volkova. Apologized profusely at the point where she clearly felt rather sorry for me, and invited me back to her heavily guarded carriage. Because why not? Her companion turned out to be an engineer by the name of Sinan Yehudi, who seemed lonely and eager to converse, was more prisoner than companion. As it turned out, Madame Volkova was his minder as much as his bodyguard. He had defected from the Ottoman sultans to the Russian czars some years ago, and was the genius behind the rapid construction of the Trans-Siberian Railway. He seemed reluctant to talk about it, and so I changed the subject to lighter topics. He had a particular fascination with minerals, and could not hold forth on them, and could hold forth on them for hours. I listened eagerly, nodding and exclaiming at the more obscure facts which he revealed to me with relish. He rummaged in his bags and presented me with a chunk of glittering green malachite. This was mined in the Urals. I want you to have it, Prespotout, he said. It has some value. I hope it will be of use to you. The hour grew late. My throat is complaining pretty badly. I may go get a drink in a moment here. And I took my leave, and Volkova thanked me for entertaining her companion, and warned me to say nothing of what Monsieur Yehudi had told me to anyone, with a smile that belied her light-hearted tone. Strange day. There's little to report on of the outside world, so a word today on Russia eating habits. More specifically, the Russian distaste for regular mealtimes. I met a fellow Frenchman today who said to me, Russian meal is the Russian meal is a guide to the Russian character. I begged him to explain further. He obliged me. The guiding principle of the national cuisine is that all dishes must be capable of being served at any time the eater feels disposed. He sacrifices his finer susceptibilities to his love of freedom. I resolve to keep this thought in mind on future approaches to the dining car. If our locomotive suppers are not triumphs of culinary art, they are at least signal examples of logistical achievement. We pulled in the evening from Kharkiv. It was possible to branch onto Chinese Eastern Railways to Beijing, so we disembarked onto the platform. We hurried to find ourselves lodging, or we watched the train pull away. Let's get some lodging. Knowing that once evening fell, it would become bitterly and miserably cold. Okay, so now we have more options open to us. Boop. Looks like we can complete our cold climate set here for protection against the cold. San Pedro. Or Honolulu or Manila. The gentleman wardrobe set. A thick coat of fox fur. This should keep Mr. Fogg warm. Gentleman wardrobe set. Okay, Mongol suede. Yokohama. Alright. We need to figure out where we're going from here. And where have you been all night? Okay, so here's where we want to go next, I guess. Ooh, we can't go there. Or we won't be able to do anything there, so we have to go here and then there, I think. Beijing. So if we go this way, we can go there to there. Alright. What was it that could be sold at Yokohama? The Mongols suede. 380, that's not all that much. This goes for 770 in San Pedro. Which, yeah. Oh, it wasn't something that we passed. No. I think that's like over here, isn't it? Yeah, right here. I'm just gonna be a matter of getting there. Pass the night here. There's no moon at Kharkiv, and not even a barking dog marred the silence of the luminous Siberian night. The only lit building bore the copper lily of the Artificers Guild. Knocked at the back door. You're gonna find company to help pass the long, cold night. A dwarf with long black hair, rugged lips, and thick brass goggles opened the door. Sir, I'm bowed and introduced myself as a foreigner to looking for conversation. Welcome. Come in out of the cold. I'm just gonna call her Naughty. Naughty. We walked through a squalid corridor into a round room lit with bright electrical lamps. The artificers sprawled on low sofas and greeted me with beery enthusiasm. A human form automaton ushered me in to a seat and and handed me a drink with mechanical precision. A drink with a grin. And the small gears in the automaton's face whirred to produce an answering smile. The hours passed quickly in good company, and we shared many outlandish tales that accompanied their hospitality, or complemented their hospitality. And Nadi clapped me on the arm. It's been a pleasure sharing our fire with you, Passepartout. Passepartout. She reached into her pocket and took out a copper medallion with the Artificer's lily stamped on it. Take this, a present to any member of the Artificers Guild, and they will present it to any member of the Artificers Guild, and they will be bound to offer you help. I thanked them for their generosity and wended my way back through the dark streets of Kumraslakia. I can't pronounce that name. I'm sorry. A city lit only by the brightness of the stars and the pale, ethereal glow of the northern lights. The medallion should fetch a good price in Karaki should we decide to sell it. Let me explore. I spent a few hours in exploration, learning ways in which we might travel onwards. Is that it? No new routes or anything? Okay, so I think I need to go here. Alright. Medallion. Okay, I think we should complete the cold weather set. Alright, there we go. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Damn, too late. That's night here. With what remained of the day, I afforded my masters spent a few hours polishing shoes in the lobby, spent a few hours walking around. Earning £71 in fees and tips. The funds have gone up somewhat. Yeah. We boarded a Chinese steam train at Korsaya Station. It was a smooth journey till we reached Zavika. I can't pronounce that one name either. I'm sorry. Where there was a change of gauge from Russian to Chinese rail. To relive the tedium of waiting, I attempted to better understand the mechanisms of the engines we're using. They seemed to consist of hydraulic pumps intended to jump the train from one rail to the next, and I could not help but notice they were not stamped with an artificer seal. Greetings, Monsieur Lagarde. Good day, Monsieur. Ask Monsieur Bob C. Chang about our next stop, basically. The Chinese and Japanese vie for influence over Korea. Is it possible to go from to Yokohama? Cannot say. Beijing? Now you listen to me. The quickest way to Beijing from here is via... we restarted our journey a few hours later, only for it to yet again interrupted by the Chinese customs officials at Maizuli. They were as brusque as the Russian officials. Clearly, the bonds of bureaucracy overrode those of nation. They stamped our papers with their square ivory seals, leaving a distinctive red cinnabar mark. Today we reached Mukden, famed for the Qing Imperial Palace. Alas, there was no name for the exploration, for here our train was divided, half going west where we're going, and half turning east to Beijing. I spent this day attending Mr. Fogg, who had managed to find a week-old English periodical which proposed a new fashion of tying one's cravat. I ventured that gentlemen must be a la mode. The traditional method was tried and true. No. Sir Fogg gave my clothing a doubtful look, incroyable as I was most stylish attired. Perhaps, he pronounced. I practiced the new cravat tying technique. Before bed, a gentleman can never be too prepared. Whatever. We reached our destination in the dark. I could see little of the platform, much less of the city. The soldiers guarding the station seemed nervous and unfed. Oh, they haven't been eating? Ugh. Sir Fogg seemed not to notice the tension in the air. But I had a persistent... But then he was not a curious man. Indeed, he seemed to regard curiosity as some kind of peculiar foreign vice. We shared a carriage to our hotel with a group of talkative Protestant missionaries who blessed us at great and exhaustive length before we managed to escape to our beds. As I drifted to sleep, I wondered what our destination would look like in the morning light. Fur-lined boots could be sold handsomely here. Hand mirror. Alright, let's take a look at this stuff. Okay. So this is also going to be valuable in San Pedro. For the freaking flyer set. For the heavy storm set. Okay, so I don't know if we're going to be going to any of those, but we will be going to San Pedro. So if I can sell these, ooh, quite handsomely actually. Alright. Where seems to be occupying your attention somewhat. You're a dick. Explore. New routes have been discovered. It was a battleground between the competing groups of Chinese and Japanese businessmen. The Koreans seemed to regard both sides with wariness, and European faces even more so. There's a surprising number of Americans on the streets, but then Americans, so it was said, were perennially drawn to opportunities for commerce. No, That's what they say about us. I've heard worse. After all concerns upon arrival, the city turned out to have most restful and charming atmosphere, thick with the smell of frying river mullet, school children swatting at each other with colorful umbrellas, women in kaimajigori shopping and fluttering silk fans at their bows. My master brought himself to remark upon it, as he put it, adequacy. Plan. Okay, here's the plan. We go here. I think this departure could be discussed. Negotiate. They're asking 750, which would leave us with too little to afford the ticket. In 2 days? Alright. Pass the night here. As night fell, I polished our shoes and hat brims, and a few errands for the hotelier, earning £113 in fees and tips. Before retiring, I spent a few hours polishing shoes in the lobby, earning £58 in fees and tips, as well as learning from him that you could pick up harmonicas in Honolulu, extremely valuable in New Orleans. Most intriguing. Okay, so Honolulu, we're probably gonna have to visit and then go to New Orleans. Okay, depart. Mild seas. This looks like a bothersome route. We took passage on the Korean vessel, crowded by a mix of Koreans, Mongolians, Siberians, who regarded Master Fogg with grave curiosity. Those are charging a pound for a look at him. I might have made £20. They continued to goggle at my master in mild disbelief until he fled below deck with the slightest of furrows etching his brow. Colonel is spending money through selling some of our possessions. We'll need to write London for funds as soon as we find a bank. The delay could be catastrophic. Alright. So we're going to wind up here. And we're not even halfway. Not even halfway. For the first day aboard, we kept ourselves mostly to ourselves. The crew seemed busy with their tasks, and I was happy to have fewer of those myself. His usual impervious self, however, and made his calculations and read in his newspaper. Meanwhile, the boat steamed onwards. One of the cabin girls, Elena, spoke good English and was attached to us as a translator, though she created as much conversation as she explicated. Do you know my parents? I doubt it, since I've only just met you. Oh no, my father was a Russian officer, maybe, I think, and Mama comes from a famous Cossack family. They're all soldiers. Maybe. Well, Mama met him when she was dressed as a man and joined the Cossack host. He was very surprised, I think. Elna shrugged. Mama says he died of shock, leaving uh, leaving me as a present. But I think he probably ran away because Mama is so fierce. She looked proud rather than distressed at this prospect. I blinked down at the little cabin girl, rather at a loss of how I should respond. That's nice, I hazarded, and she nodded enthusiastically. Mama runs the boiler room. All the sailors are frightened of her, she told me, rather wistfully. One day I will be like her. Elna made a mock fierce face, and I pretended to quake in terror until we both began laughing uproariously. I'd like to meet her, said Elna, giggled with delight. I'll ask, she replied. Knocked on my door unreasonably early in the morning, eyes bright. Mama says she wants to meet you. She seized my arm. Will you come? Lead the way, mademoiselle. Uh, I think that sounds weird coming out of someone's mouth without the accent. We descended into the bowels of the ship, and I felt the heat of the noise of the engine before I saw it. The rumbling whistle of the boilers, the shouts of men shoveling coal, the thumping of the pistons, and the groan of metal. A woman with muscular arms, sheened with sweat, and hair shorn to her ears, presided over the activity with a well-worn confidence. She glanced over at us and grunted. I grunted in return. She gave me a cautious nod of approval while Elena chattered away in an unintelligible dialect. The formidable woman regarded her daughter with a certain detachment, which maxed deep adoration. The girl bloomed underneath her mama's merest glance. We took our leave soon after, and Elena smiled at me radiantly. Isn't she wonderful? She breathed. I nodded enthusiastically, and Ellen bestowed another bright smile upon me. I can't be mean to this thing, child. Elena laughed as I hung over the ship's rail to get a better view of the Yokohama as we neared the port. She gave me a hug of goodbye, which surprised me, though her mother watched me with hard eyes throughout our exchange. We weighed anchor as the sun set, lit the foreign flags and the harbor with bright fire as it dipped below the horizon. Oops. Market! Yeah. What? Heavy duty wrench, good for most difficult bolts and adjustments. Amethyst. I don't know if I'm going to be going to any of those places. Burlington. There. We just knocked ourselves down to one suitcase. Very good bargaining, Presbytout. Explore. Why would I want to go that way? Ooh, that one seems It's hard to believe that Yokohama had only recently, or relatively recently, opened to foreigners. There was an entire foreigners district not far from the waterfront, where it was as common to hear Chinese as Russian or as Japanese. Varieties of English. to choose from as well, though Monsieur Fogg would have barely deigned to include the nasal tongue of the American merchants. Oi! I noticed a Japanese man watching the scene with a look of intense concentration and scribbling in a sketchbook. Leaned in for a look. He was drawing a stylized picture of a foreign quarter with quick pen strokes, which stopped abruptly as my shadow fell over the drawing. He looked up, clearly irritated. "Do you mind?" he said, an ancient, unholy mix of Dutch, French, and English. "I'm making a drawing for a woodcut." Why does that American appear drunk? The skirts aren't that voluminous. I commented and he sniffed in front. Though I amended hastily, "You have drawn them well. It is an artistic impression of the foreigners," he stressed. "It's certainly artistic," I allowed. The scene on the page was much more lively than the merchants haggling and their wives and children riding about in carriages. You are very strange people," he pronounced after a brief silence. "Everyone is strange," I replied thoughtfully, thinking of my travels. He shrugged, clearly unconvinced. He colored one of the women's skirts lovingly, his hand on the page much gentler and kinder than his voice had been. Finally, he had thrust the paper in my direction, assuring me that it was only a preliminary sketch. I accepted gracefully, charmed that he had chosen to bestow a gift upon a near stranger. Sorted carefully, it was a fine souvenir of Yokohama. Well, funny you should mention that, because oh wow, that is ridiculously expensive. Alright, we are almost halfway through the number of opens Monday. San Pedro. I don't even know if I'm going there. Am I going there? Karaki. I don't think so. Cause I don't think that's here. I think that's somewhere else. No. Alright. I mean, it's not the best deal, but that's a place we're just not gonna go. We took and settled in, and I afforded my master after service. I ran a few errands for the hotelier. And you can buy wax cylinders inscribed with music in San Francisco. You can sell for profit in Regina. Evening, I ran a few errands for the hotelier. And we gotta stay till Monday because it's when it opens. I helped the kitchen staff to clean. 97 pounds. Okay. Snapped his ledger. Let us see if the bank can offer us a good return on our time. Manager. Local financial institute was a stocky, sweaty man who met us with a suspicious glee. You want to make a withdrawal? The manager asked. You may have to wait a day or two. In a week? Can you imagine having to stay here a whole week? We need this much. The manager drew a sharp breath. I'll have to communicate with the London first, of course, he apologized. I should have a reply in 5 working days. It seems, Meister remarked as we left. We have some time to dispose of. We had another 6 days to wait for our transfer to funds, so made ourselves comfortable and waited. These days passed quickly enough. We woke ready to be at the bank as soon as it opened its doors. Our funds will be ready to collect at the bank when the opens, tapping the clock. Okay. There we go. Returned to the bank opening time to collect our funds, and then we were ready to proceed once more. Our finances are looking a little better now, but you may need to curb your fashionable tastes. What? That's like in the complete opposite direction that we want to go in. They're asking to leave us with too little to afford the ticket. I wonder if there's anything else I could sell at the market. San Pedro. Oh, did I sell the wrong thing? There we go. The price is rather steep. The ticket will require a 4 days. We're going to bed. I spent a while talking to hotelier to find out what I could, but obtain nothing but advice for starching lapels. Just as comfortable for the night and to explore. What? Why? Why? Oh. Well. Yeah. Come on. There we go. Depart. Why is he in? Why does he keep insisting that we go that route? We have enough for that. I expect the departure could be adjusted. They're asking for $870 to leave us too little to afford the ticket. I feel like I'm just stuck here now. Hey, let's see if we can. I'm sorry about this. This is taking a. Oh my god. As night fell. As night fell, I spent a few hours polishing shoes in the lobby, earning 83 pounds in fees and tips, as well as overhearing from him that the fastest way to Hong Kong is via Molino. Alright, now we can depart. Jeez. Go! Go, go, go! The Water Lily was a sleek iron-hulled ship to submarine prototype. Wow. Captained by a severe American by the name of Wicker, who wore a top hat at all times and preferred tea to coffee, which greatly endeared him to Monsieur Fogg. In addition to the usual complement of the Water Lily carried an entire corps of brass-goggled engineers and a brace of submariners on standby should the captain call the order to submerge. The rumor was that she had been a slave ship and had only been refitted for passenger transport a good few years after Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, but I saw no trace of dark past aboard. The crew seemed a happy family and welcomed us into their iron-hulled bosom. Whew. We're going to be cutting it close, I think. All because of this one place. Our cabin, while hardly spacious, was adequate for our needs. One of the midshipmen came by to show us how to use the pressure seals in case of submersion. But in all other aspects, I looked forward to a peaceful steamship ocean crossing. I was not to be so lucky. I'm hardly comfortable. The salty air blew cool and sharp against my face as I opened the door onto the top deck. It was painfully early, and the only passengers awake were a group of Chinese laborers, hunched and miserable near the stern. One of their number was vomiting copiously into a bucket. I offered him my own secret remedy, which I had brewed up just such an occasion. He swallowed it down and with certain dubious desperation, but immediately improved in both complexion and temperament. He thanked me most profusely. I waved at his thanks, and they invited me to sit and play dice with them till the sun rose. I accompanied Monsieur Fogg to a game of whist with a family of American missionaries who were traveling back to San Francisco for a family wedding. The master began strongly, but Mademoiselle Loretta, the eldest girl, had a sharp eye and won several hands in a row. A new round was dealt. I noticed that Mademoiselle Loretta slipped a card into her sleeve. I blinked twice in pure astonishment and glanced up at her face, which was utterly calm, betraying nothing of the action of her nimble fingers. The minister's daughter was a cheat, and a skilled one at that. I filed away the knowledge, for an opportune moment catching her eye to convey that I had noticed her little sleight of hand. She blushed with all the manufactured prettiness of an accomplished actress, then raised one eyebrow in silent challenge. Our journey continued on. Oh God, what have I done? Perhaps I can hire a better valet when we return to London. I will throw you into the ocean, dude. I spent today in the company of the Waterloo submariners. They were all hardy men and women who preferred the dim, enclosed spaces of the hold to the top deck. Too much sky, one of them said, squinting suspiciously. Her crewmate nodded. All that fresh air, they shuddered collectively, and I suggested a bracing racco to the boiler room. I impressed them with my physical prowess, coming in a respectable fourth just behind the commander. She was a half-Japanese, half-American sailor by the name of Davis. "Izumi to my friend," she said, clapping me heavily on the shoulder. "Now a rematch of your choice." "Very well," I declared, and promptly suggested a test of acrobatic skill might be interesting. But we're gonna go with drinking contest. A grin of vicious, unqualified glee spread across Commander Davis's face. I began to think my suggestion a poor one. 3 flasks of sake later, I was convinced of my grave error. Commander Davis was apparently legendary for her ability to hold her drink, whereas I ended the evening in an unexpected embrace with a starboard bulkhead. Not perhaps one of my most successful adventures. I was climbing the rigging, as exercise of course, and not at all for the purpose of spying on the crew to appease my own rapacious curiosity, when I heard 2 crewmen arguing in a pidgin mix of English and Japanese. I closed my eyes and listened to their voices. Only a few words were audible over the howling of the wind. Shrine, heathen, worship. Before a sudden scream rent the air, one of the sailors was falling from the platform's edge. I was unable to look away. As he fell, his body lay still and crumpled on the deck, but I heard his scream in my head for days after. I looked up and managed to catch sight of the fallen sailor's companion, his face still and pallid. Was that guilt in his eyes, or merely shock? He slipped away before the captain arrived, and I followed him. He retired to the crew quarters, and I began to hear the sound of desperate muttered prayers. I feel a little better for your attentions. Good. The Water Lily's crew held a funeral for the dead sailor. I was not specifically invited, but felt a sense of responsibility, was curious about the incident. The funeral was an excellent opportunity to learn more about the crew. Captain Wicker led the Christian service with a customary grimness. I was surprised by the absence of the sailor's companion, who had been arguing with him just before his fall. Yet he was not the only one missing from the funeral. Oddly, and only half the crew had come to pay their respects. I went in search of the rest, only to find them making an offering in front of a makeshift Shinto shrine in the crew quarters. The fellow from the night before was amongst them. The captain doesn't want us at his Christian ceremonies. He thinks nothing of our faith. One of the sailors told me bitterly. We make our offerings here instead. Oh, okay. You don't feel that you need to entertain me, man. Storm, too exhausted to write proper entries, suffice to say, we are still afloat. We are settled down for the night, or as we settled down for the night, I was struck by an unrelated thought. Monsieur Fogg, the dateline. I have altered our watch already, Monsieur Fogg replied calmly. Did you think I might forget? My master was, of course, correct. With an eye such as his, it was unthinkable that he might miss such a detail. Oops, I just muted my headset. Give me a second. There we go. Imagine what might have transpired if we had forgotten. A less precise madman, Monsieur Fogg, might have finished on the 80th day, and yet believed himself to have lost. Yesterday's storm hit us with little warning. One moment I was adding a ribbon trim to one of my shirt sleeves. The next, we were being tossed from one end of the cabin to the other. We were only lucky that the bed was securely nailed to the floor. The ship shuddered and moaned as the seas flicked with lightning. The storm lasted nearly 6 hours and blew us far off course. The captain spent most of the day peering at his charts, trying to locate our position. There is no land anywhere upon the horizon. Oh wait, we're gonna wind up in Honolulu. You can pick up harmonicas in Honolulu, and they are extremely valuable in New Orleans. So we're gonna go to San Pedro. Okay, so okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pick up something here. We're gonna pick up the harmonicas here. We're gonna go to San Francisco. And from there we're gonna go to Regina. And from Regina we're gonna go to New Orleans. Unless we can find a quicker route out of here, because I think we're gonna be run out of time if we don't. I was just trying to think of a way to make up some of the money we lost. Is it waiting on me for some reason? The captain announced a change of destination. The Water Lily would now make for nearby Hawaii rather than San Francisco. We would make port in Honolulu in 5 days. And would have to find our own further convenience from there. Honolulu sounded wonderful to me, but Monsieur Fogg was not of the same mind. This, my master said, will not do. Indeed not, sir. He agreed, not even daring to calculate the delay and expense our unexpected diversion would cause. Mr. Fogg gave me a cool, appraising glance. Captain Wicker has reneged upon his word as a gentleman, he said curtly, before lowering his voice to an almost furtive tone. Our course is clear. We must mutiny. I opened my mouth to agree wholeheartedly, but he continued on without so much as a pause. See to it, Parsifal. You use your natural charm? I interjected brightly. quite, he said, and with the agreeableness of a gentleman who has just given his valet a near Herculean task. We will mutiny in 5 days. When we reach Honolulu, make your preparations as you see fit. Oh my god, I am going to mutiny a boat. My task was clear. I was to foment mutiny aboard the Water Lily. I decided to begin by exploiting the crew's animosity towards one another. Divide and conquer, or so dear Maman always counseled. I considered inflaming their religious passions. Though such passions were, by their nature, unpredictable, so I decided to desecrate the Shinto shrine and blame it upon the zealous Christian converts of the crew. It was not long before the Shinto adherents began to seethe and mutter of their ill treatment, looking towards the captain with suspicious eyes. Such suspicion could easily be tipped into revolt. It was with satisfaction that I noted certain increase in tension aboard the Water Lily, a situation I would carefully have to exasperate if my master's mutiny was to have any chance of success. Next, I attempted to integrate myself with Commander Davis and the Submariners, who were rather storm-tossed and disgruntled. There are no storms underwater, the commander muttered. Her hair a tangle underneath her cap. We should have submerged, I agreed. Captain Wicker risked all our lives. I think perhaps he does not trust your ability as submariners. The commander's face darkened at my assertion. Perhaps you are right about that. Perhaps so. I have heard him say as much, I added, hoping to press my advantage. The commander's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Is that so? Why would he say such a thing to you? I shrugged and hurried away, hoping I had not blown my opportunity to win their favor. A shaped mustache. Excellent. I'd attempted to suborn the obvious targets aboard the Water Lily, but wars were often won by the unexpected. With that in mind, I turned my attention upon valets and batmen. The ship's officers. Being a gentleman's gentleman myself, I knew the value of a good servant. Conversely, I was also aware of the disruption a bad one could cause. I appealed to them with my considerable charisma, logic, and reason. Though, unfortunately, the most reasonable choice for them was to refuse my call to mutiny. They were not particularly happy about their position, but I failed to offer them a particular alternative. My pleas fell largely on deaf ears. I think I fucked up on that one. I spent the day putting the last finishing touches to my planned mutiny. It was a matter of delicate and serious at the creation of a souffle, or it was a matter as delicate and serious as the creation of a souffle by a master chef. I spread my word of my signal amongst my allies. And stayed up late. Stayed up late, ensuring every man and woman on my side was true. We reached Honolulu in the dark. The captain took a small skiff into the harbor with a few of his officers, wishing to inquire about repairs before putting the Water Lily into dry dock. Monsieur Fogg watched the boat for a long moment. "Now is the time," he said crisply. "I trust everything is in order?" I assured him it was. And he nodded, having expected no other response. "Let us hope so." With that, my master retreated to his cabin, and I called the signal to arms. The Water Lily erupted into chaos. Everywhere was the clash of sabers and pistols, and then I heard the shriek of the officers' sonic weapons. But I was not alone. The half of the crew that followed the Shinto creed fell in behind me with a raving cry. They fought with their Christian crewmates with vicious determination, clearing the top deck within the hour. The Chinese laborers rewarded my friendship with steadfast loyalty, throwing themselves into mutiny with all the desperation of men and women who utterly loathed sea travel, and longed to revenge themselves upon their instrument of torment in any fashion. They lit fires and tore up the already ragged sails, causing some welcome chaos. The submariners did not appear. It seemed they had battened themselves into the hold for the duration of the mutiny, but perhaps it was the best outcome I could have hoped for, given my failure to impress their formidable commander. Mademoiselle Loretta trip up one of the loyal officers out of the corner of my eye. She tipped her bonnet in my direction, a gesture of respect from one player of the game to another. The whirl of the battle took me away, but not before I saw her falsify a magnificent feint and block the gangway to the navigation room. By noon, it was clear that all of our efforts were for naught. However, the mutiny did not have the support and numbers required to defeat those who had maintained their loyalty. Captain Wicker and the other officers returned just in time to smother the last flames of rebellion. My master and I were trussed up and set off at the port of Honolulu. Because I actually want to be at Honolulu. It was only due to Captain Wicker's good grace that we retained our luggage. Our mutinous comrades were not treated with such leniency, and were thrown unceremoniously below. That was, Mr. Fogg said with icy precision, as we stood upon the strand of the volcanic island on which we found ourselves, rather badly done. Unfortunately, I could not disagree. I splashed him accidentally with seawater, drenching his jacket and even managing to catch the brim of his hat. A momentary lapse, my friends. I can only blame the tension and difficulty of the previous days. If you are quite finished, Mr. Fogg wrung out his jacket, ignoring my half-hearted apologies. We have much to do. Pass the night here? It was as though Honolulu lived in one withdrawn breath, a wheeling swath of sky and white-laced waves, and pristine sand bounded by blank volcanic bluffs. The town was entirely hidden behind groves of coconut and eucalyptus. Take a short tour. You look, said our coach driver, like city folk. And what do they look like? I wondered aloud. All bent and crabbed over, and with your eyes fixed on the horizon, always in a rush, he murmured something to his horse, which looked well fed and high-spirited. As a young man, I went to San Francisco to make my fortune. I too ran scrabbled in pursuit of the almighty dollar. We're not pursuing wealth, monsieur, I corrected, though indeed Mr. Fogg's fortune hung in the balance of his wager. Was our entire adventure merely a glorified pursuit of coin? Our adventures thus far had been somewhat harum-scarum, Barely we had placed our toes on dry land. Then we were looking to depart. Oh, I had spent many wonders, and yet each had been ultimately reduced to another mark in my master's ledger. Do you not wish the freedom to exhale, Prosperont? The couch driver asked. To stop running and simply feel the wind upon your face, and the sun warming you, and the sound of the ocean like a heartbeat? I'll take my moments where I may. Hila? Agreed. There's peace here. A harmony between land and sea and sky which touches my soul. The coach driver sighed and turned his face up to the endless sky. A man may find himself here, he told me, but only if he wishes it. He invited us to his home that evening and fed us dough-like poi and bright, fleshed slices of orange and guava. And I thought for once about peace and purpose. Instead of the distance yet to travel, my own purpose remained undimmed, but Honolulu was a pause, a moment pulled free of past and future, containing only the taste of guava and salt freshened wind. We finished our night in Honolulu with a souvenir, a swirling conch shell collected from the beach as we walked back to our lodgings. Explore Honolulu. Aha. I walked the streets while discovering the possibilities for how we might make progress. Arrives Tuesday. Wednesday. Actually, this would probably be the best bet right here. We boarded the Reina Christiana. I forgot to stop at the market. Spencer's Cueva type airship. It's gondola shaped to resemble one of the infamous Spanish galleons of the previous century, except in miniature, and richly outfitted with Philippine hardwood furniture, Vian silk curtains, and lacquered ornamental automata. Imported from China, my cabin resembled a fashionable saloon, or salon, more than an airship a berth. Because saloon has like 2 O's, doesn't it? The captain of the Torres Quevedo type airship swapped to the Spanish flag flying from the prow to the Hawaiian colors. The Mexicans are not fond of us Spaniards since the revolution, he explained. Spanish ships are turned away from the port. Is it moral to fly a false flag? I exclaimed aghast at such blatant chicanery. Well, sure, it is not the act of a gentleman. It is a good thing I am more a trader than a gentleman, in that case. We send our Filipino crew members to negotiate for us, and the Mexican custom house adds a hefty surcharge to our taxes. The captain clapped me on the shoulder. Do not worry, my friend. This is not my first run. We smelled the smoke first, then the gunpowder, sweatened by blood. Acapulco was just visible in the distance, weathered in lightning flashes, flash smoke. It's possible to see what was happening. I was thankful for the onshore wind that meant we could not hear the fighting, though it did not stop the crew from offering several dark, ominous guesses. Are the Spanish trying to retake Mexico? Is it pirates? Is it pirates? Tell me it's pirates. Is it pirates? Asked Unsure. Whether that would be the best explanation. Pirates, at least, would be swiftly dealt with by Mexican authorities. I don't know, he retorted before gripping the brass-handled telescope swinging from his belt. He turned to the crew. I need a volunteer to climb the rigging and see what is up ahead. The rigging outside the airship? I'll do it, I volunteered rashly. Even Monsieur Fogg appeared to pale a shade at the idea. The crew stared at me with a mixture of pity and awe. The captain wordlessly handed me his telescope, a pair of aviator's goggles, and a red handkerchief. Wave the handkerchief when you are secure, and we will raise the ship to give you a better view. I took a deep centering breath before climbing up the hatch and grabbed onto the rat lines. The wind buffeted my face, and the roar of the twin Antoinette engine seemed amplified behind the comforting curve of the envelope. I saw an endless, dizzying stretch of sky and the Pacific Ocean glittering far, far below. I closed my eyes and heaved myself up, managing to grip the foot rope with my toes and swung out and away from the gondola. I was braced against the wheeling sky and impossible drop by nothing other than my trembling hands and feet clutching the rope. I looked up and planned my route, measuring the distance between the knots and noting gaps or frays in the hemp ropes before I placed my weight upon them. My acrobatic training gave me a certain dexterity as I climbed and saw, rather than heard, the airship's crew leaning out of the observation deck portholes and cheering me on. Ignored their howls of encouragement and focused upon my task. I felt in that moment as if I were born to climb airships, and laughed, sky mad, as the rough hemp ropes dug painfully into my palms. I made it to the widest cross-section of the envelope and waved my red handkerchief. I felt the hum of the engines grow sharper as the airship began to climb. Each shudder and yaw was more pronounced, and I laughed and laughed and laughed, with joy and wonder of it, the utter impossibility of it. We humans are such ingenious creatures, my friends. It is so easy to forget when one's feet touch the ground. I extended the telescope as the airship bobbed in the air, peered through it at the Bay of Acapulco, with warships firing cannons at the city, and lit with unholy fires they listed and sank. I saw their flags and shuddered. I will not recount how I climbed back down, how many times I slipped, how my palms bled and itched, how nearly I pitched into the ocean. I will tell you I made it back inside, and made my report to the captain and crew. The French army is besieging Acapulco, I said. Then I fainted dead away. Day 60, Monsieur Fogg murmured that night in his sleep. And still some distance yet to travel. The captain called the passengers and crew together for an announcement in the morning. We will leave the French to their business in Acapulco and head to Panama. That's not where we're, the French to their business in Acapulco and Want to deviate from our chosen course? Will you let such a small matter as a siege divert you, captains? He gave me a fulsome glare. How will you pass the blockade then, monsieur? He sneered. I told him my half-formula notion, though I was nervous to speak. We fly a pirate flag. Oh my god. So, stitch a French flag. We fly a pirate's flag, I announced. The French are focused upon the Mexicans and will let us pass. And the Mexicans will not care. And be shot from the sky? I think not. To Panama, gentlemen. Leave my bridge or be thrown off. There's nothing we could do. We tethered at Panama in the mid-afternoon from the air. I could see the snaking, gutted length at the canal into the construction. Bright red and blue automatons threw clods of dirt and stone into the air. It certainly seemed a calmer spot than Acapulco, despite the heavy construction work. The crew hurried off the ship, unflatteringly eager to watch us depart. And we're going to explore Panama, see where we can go from here. That doesn't help me in the slightest. Panama City seemed a town perpetually on the edge of disaster. A great number of inhabitants had immigrated from California during the gold rush. 20 years. The 49ers, as they were called. Had left empty spaces which were quickly filled by new immigrants, creating a multiracial polyglot society. I went exploring, see if I could find anything useful to our journey, and stumbled upon the construction of a Panama Canal. Great quantities of stone and dirt were being thrown into the air, undercut by the whistle of steam escaping and boilers rumbling. Fine machinery, elephant-sized steam shovels, painted bright red and blue, dyed rooster feathers, and adorned the boiler of a single operator, sat in the carriage to control the winch, boom, and bucket. I was accosted by a tall, sharp-eyed fellow in a pinstripe suit, and glared at me. You're here to watch or work. My name is Passepartout, I declared. I'm Gesner, the crew leader, and I don't allow any watching on my dig site. He pointed to one of the steam shovels. Get in. I complied, and thought perhaps it was an authority in Gunther's voice, perhaps it was a rather too enormous power of the steam shovels. Gunther Jr. will lead you right. Yeah, he pronounced with finality, caressing the bucket of the great machine. You called your machine after your own name? Did you create him then? I designed the steam shovels, but Fancon gave them life. She's headed back to Haiti tomorrow morning. I don't know what I'll do without her. I nodded towards the tall black woman he nodded towards the tall black woman who was checking the fuel barrels, occasionally dipping a finger in a tarry black substance and tasting it. But enough talk, time to dig. Examined the levers closely before selecting the most worn handle and easing it forward. The winch squealed and began to raise the boom with a vibration that I could feel in my bones. After a few cautious experiments, I fell into a rhythm. Raise the bucket, scoop the packed earth, unload, and rumble forward. You're a born excavator, Gensler showered me with praise. Are you sure you have not done this before? As I worked, I saw the woman called Fancon move away from the site. If she was an artificer, perhaps she would be useful. but my shovel would not be stopped or slowed, and I worked until that evening. Market. Houston, could go there. $4,000 in Port-au-Prince. Air sickness pills. Dallas. Unfortunately, I think the only thing I can do is travel back up here this way to Acapulco. Wasn't there something in the market that... Okay. You know what? Let's go. One could hire a Calench to travel the length of Central America along with a good quality road had been established. There was only one curiosity. Just a driver. It seemed no one else was making the journey. There was no driver. The carriage ran itself on a system of wheels and cogs and leather straps. What if we encountered an unexpected obstacle? I demanded my answer, or a gap in the road. I'm confident the makers of this device will have considered that. He replied, then stepped aboard. Come. Would that I shared that confidence, my friends. On the map, the road to Acapulco seemed to trace a hairline route along the curve of Central America, and I half expected the Kalush to teeter left and right between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. In reality, of course, the geography is much more expansive. And so instead we rode through long grasslands that flowed down the sides of the mountain. The steering was automatic, another plus, since I did not want to take responsibility for driving at such speeds. A gauge installed in the crafty builders of the mechanical horse showed the distance of our destination, as computed by the remaining steam pressure in the engine. Which I realized meant that we should be hit by unexpected delay. We might well run out of oomph before reaching our destination. We rattled along in this contraption, my master and I, for once absolutely alone. On our second day, the carriage screeched to a sudden halt. Someone had laid a log across the road. I looked about before getting out, but saw nothing of interest besides the scrub rocks. Sir Fogg looked at me expectantly. He was right, of course. There was no option. I was sure it was a trap, but descended all the same, and sure enough, there came a shout as soon as I hit the dirt. "Don't move, we're taking your vehicle." Show yourselves, I called back. Whirling about, I'm unarmed. A lone figure rose from behind a rock, sighting along the barrel of a gun. Just want the vehicle, it called, in a thick Mexican accent. Don't want to hurt you, but I will. Where are you going? I demanded. Perhaps we can give you a ride. The figure took a few tentative steps down the hillside, and that was when I noticed Monsieur Fogg creeping through the scrub around the back of the... Gosh, is it going to get almost... I decided to keep the figure talking. You must have been waiting here a long time, I said. We have water, surely you're thirsty. What do you care if I'm thirsty? Demanded the figure. Monsieur Fogg was creeping closer. I'm a valet, I replied. Others' welfare is my stock in trade. Mr. Fogg had now scrambled a little way up the mountainside and was behind the figure. With what his plan was now, I could not guess. I could hardly imagine him braining the bandit with a rock like a caveman. I reached into the carriage and brought out a carafe. Water, I called. Quite safe. I saw movement beneath the figure's bandana, a licking of lips. At that moment, Mr. Fogg stood up directly behind the figure. I covered my eyes, expecting violence. But he only spoke. Now then, my master said sensibly, perhaps we can all get on with our journey. The figure rolled about to face Mr. Fogg, and I called for calm. We can all travel together, I declared, peacefully. The figure shook his head and stepped forward towards the couch. I'm taking your carriage. Now get that tree trunk out of the road. Oh, I clicked. I didn't mean to. We moved the log, huffing and puffing. It took all three of us as we moved it. The handkerchief slipped from the bandit's face for a moment, and I glimpsed Cupid's bow lips. You're a lady, I declared, and you'll be a dead man if you don't keep quiet, she replied, re-knotting her handkerchief. Then we had the log moved, the bandit hopped aboard. Take us with you, I pleaded. Don't leave us out here. The bandit removed her handkerchief and then waved her gun. Get aboard, she demanded roughly. She did not need to ask twice. We boarded to ride the rest of the journey into Acapulco in stony silence. For fuck's sake. I was really hoping that wouldn't happen. Like, we wouldn't lose this ride. We completed our ride to Acapulco. The lady's name was Catalina Barraza, and she was going nowhere. Instead, she was running away. What from? The working conditions in the factory where I am employed. I hear there's a better life to be had in Acapulco, and I no longer care not to try it out. But how did you wind up midway there? That was not midway, she replied. I'm from San Miguel, of course. Strange to think there are places in the world not on our map. I tend to think of the gaps between major ports as blank space. We rode the rest of the way in silence and were grateful to disembark the clown and stretch our legs. A hunting rifle, the only thing that will stop a charging bear in its tracks. Okay, so these are highlighted. 250. I really want to get that rifle right there. I just hit the mute button on my thing again. Wait, there we go. All right. 45 caliber rifle. Oof. Valuable in Dallas, New Orleans, and Port-au-Prince. Dallas, Port-au-Prince. So I think we might be going to either place, maybe. Well, either way. I feel somewhat dreadful. The French had tenuous hold of the Mexican port of Acapulco. The bay was crowded with ships firing upon each other, and the airships rained fire and misery down upon the slope-roofed buildings. French soldiers fought Mexicans in the smoke-wreathed streets. We decided to explore the city, the better find a way to leave. Kept to the French-held docks and warehouses where our white skin and my command of the mother tongue kept us from suspicion. "You're not soldiers," a soot-stained Sioux lieutenant remarked, clutching his rifle close. "This is a dangerous place for a civilian." "A dangerous place for soldiers, too," I retorted with ill grace. "What is my French army doing here?" "Something about the Mexican government's debts," Sioux lieutenant shrugged. "I hate this goddamn city." "You have damned it, not God." I replied sharply. "I'm sure it was more congenial before you began bombarding it." "Keep your head down," the Sioux lieutenant roared, as a rope of fire lit a nearby building. He led us to a warehouse which had been converted into a makeshift garrison. My master huddled there until evening fell, and the bombardment of Acapulco paused for the night, but we still did not have a way out. We stayed the night in a villa run by the local woman, whose instinct for business had survived even the conflict raging on the streets. Another guest arrived, a woman fresh into town. I demanded to know how she had made her journey, but she shrugged. "There are automatic carriages that depart from the outskirts, and an airship to San Francisco. Surely everyone knows this." I thank her profusely. Finally, a way to leave this hellish battleground. Several, in fact. "We don't have long to get out of here." Ooh. One of those actually looks like a decent way out. Like, we can get to New Orleans. Alright. So, Dallas and Port-au-Prince. Dallas. We can get there. Yeah, I don't think Port-au-Prince is one of these ones up here. No. And so it doesn't look like we're going to be going to Port-au-Prince. So we'll New Orleans, Dallas, New Orleans. That can also go to Dallas. Quite a bit in Dallas, actually. Left to the law set. San Francisco, Burlington. I kind of want to take that with me and go make a little stop at Dallas. make some cash back. But I don't know. I don't know if we'll be able to. I honestly don't think we'll be able to, so I'm just gonna sell this here. Ooh, that's gonna leave him like that's gonna leave him in some really bad shape. Dusty roads and uncomfortable conditions. This promises to be okay. Which we found was not automatic, but occupied by one Monsieur Jameson, American missionary, and Madame Amandine Jameson, his white French colonel wife. I don't know who you fellows are, Jameson cried as he clambered aboard in the midst of the sound of gunfire. But get yourselves aboard, won't you? Bound to be asked twice. We fled Acapulco by all of us clinging to our leather seats as the mechanical horses breathed steam into the air. I'm grateful to be away from Acapulco. I cast a nervous glance backwards towards the besieged, smoke-wreathed city. You should give your thanks to God, Monsieur Jameson said decisively, looking as though he were about to force me to my knees, and that here, then and there, Madame Jameson lifted her hand and made a mocking face behind its shield. And had to look away lest I laugh. To avoid any further temptation, I spent the rest of the day silent, watching the landscape as we wound our way to New Orleans. Both Monsieur Frog and Monsieur Jameson were sleeping when Madame Jameson reached her hand out to me. I looked at her hand, then up at her face, which was settled into a strange, intent expression. Take my hand, monsieur, please, she begged, in a strange, slurred New Orleans French. Took in my own, and her fingers tightened about mine, and then stroked very deliberately down my wrist. I shivered. I felt her sigh and relax into her seat, though her hand was entwined with mine, and snored in his sleep. But she ignored him. Feel, Madame Adamantine said into the air. I'm very alone sometimes. When you speak, I can imagine that I am a young girl walking down the Champs-Élysées in Paris without any cares. She said nothing else, and we stayed like that until our companions woke many hours later on arrival in Hudson, a small town. Or Houston, a small town. Houston, a small town? Really? Really? Stayed aboard. However, not availing ourselves the rest of the rest stop to disembark, and a few minutes later we were on our way once more. Do you know much of New Orleans? I asked. I'm just trying to keep the strange intimacy of the previous day out of my tone. I grew up there, Maz said thoughtfully, a smile playing across her lips. I think it changes the soul to grow up beside a river. What do you think, Monsieur Presbytot, having grown up on the banks of the Seine? And it's in 1872, Houston was a small town. Yeah, but I mean, like, take someone from who's never seen it as a small town from today and just be like, oh yeah, Houston, that small town. It's a little jarring, just a little bit. What do you think? Rosita, having grown up beside the banks of the Seine, other is like no other river. Go with that one. But even the great Mississippi, she is fickle and wondrous. Then the Seine is exactly like the Mississippi. Madame Jenkinson clapped her hands together. You understand me precisely. What city? The city holds one thing you will like. Monsieur Fogg, Jameson nodded. And what is that? I asked on behalf of my master. The fastest train in America runs from New Orleans. Thank you. That would help me get out of here a lot quicker. Thank you, declared. That is excellent news, he nodded. I'm happy to help. God's soldiers. As my friends, we of course were quite. An hour later, we caught our first sight of the Mississippi, a thick brown ribbon of water, whose curve we followed up to the much mythologized. I'm sorry, my pronunciation's like really shit today. City of New Orleans. So yeah, I'm thinking we get to New York, and from New York. Whoa, he is like almost deaded. So we're gonna go from New York. I'm gonna try to get back to London from New York. And we don't have that many days left. Leaves tomorrow at 2 p.m. Its Fogg's health is a cutoff on the bottom. Or it looks like. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. Give me 1 second. And let me hide that tip jar too. That way you can actually see what's going on. Alright. Let's get out of this. Bank opens Monday. Oh. Let's explore. Yeah, I got stranded at one place and I just sold everything to get out of there. And it took like 2 or 3 weeks. It was terrible. Struck up conversation here and there, hunting for options for how we might proceed. Nope. Well, I don't remember if there was a bank, but it was bad. The only ticket I could use was like £4,000. I met death in a smoke-weathered red-lit bar in New Orleans. As the jazz band struck up another tune, he offered to buy me a bourbon. Holy Mother of Heaven, I blasphemed succinctly as some of the other patrons snickered. Death pulled off his mask to reveal handsome cafe au latte of features and dark green eyes, and then extended a skeletal hand to me. Fine costume, I remarked. Yeah, it was like £4,000 to get out of that city, and I didn't have nearly enough. So I had to wait for the, I think it's like a week for that to come in. it's not fun. I mean, the rest of the game is fun, but I was like, oh, that's gonna kill me. Merci, ma chère. I'm death at our neighborhood Mardi Gras, and I am practicing my role. He took my proffered hand and brought the back of it to his lips with a gallant kiss, flicked me a rather unmistakable look under his dark lashes. To be so clearly desired by death was unnerving. Because it's death. Oh. I just put my foot on the, this thing that controls my volume. Or was it? I don't remember exactly. Might be able to find it just by going through back to my route. To be clear, let me just here. Oh wow, that's still loud. Yeah, I think it was this one right here. Yokohama. But like, this route would have brought me back here. And then it would have taken longer that way, but I don't know. There's no game sound. I see the problem. Give me 1 second. It's set to a different output. We should have game sound now. Tails face me. Do you find my color displeasing? He asked with a lazy smile. Not that. He laughed low and pleasing. There's a little muncher. There are many white men in New Orleans who do. In spite of it, I'm a free man. Death resumed his mask. I do not believe in prophecy, but the chill of his cold fingers on my face and a chill thrill of fear through me. Abandoning dignity, I ran from the bar, nerves rattling like knuckle bones in a cup. Okay, good. Once again, we could not afford the hotel. We had no choice but to lay under a bridge like the poorest peasants and try to sleep. Halfway through the night, we were accosted by a stray dog who curled up by our feet, seeking a little warmth. Best warm-fetid pile of rubbish like rats and wait out the night. Halfway through the night, we were accosted by a limping dog curled up. His health is at 0. Is he dead? Man, this bank is late. The bank as we entered. It was small, but a small affair, but efficiently looked after, and we were quickly seen to. We would like to take our funds. We were told it may take a few days. We could do that. We could do that tomorrow. Why are you waiting? Because I don't have enough cash to get a ticket. I only have like 29 pounds. Okay. Tuesday should the bank should open. I should be able to collect our money from the bank. The manager bid us farewell. Since this leaves tomorrow at 2 p.m. Just missed it. No, it's 6:30 a.m. Well, I mean, like the previous day, yeah. Past an anxious night with our 80-day deadline looming, every sunset seemed to carry extra weight. Polishing shoes in the lobby. Let's see. Tomorrow, Saturday. That's actually considerably cheaper. Hopefully I can get out to Park Vermont. Oh, it's too much for him. Oh my god. His health is too low. Another night and the clock was forever ticking upwards. We took a room, settled in, and the kitchen staff. His health is just too low for it. My room was decent enough, but I was sure I would not sleep. Day 74, with the last few hours of the evening. How about the hotelier? Alright. We need to sleep one more night here? We're not gonna make it. Seek a doctor. Mild fever, I would say 3 days to recover to full strength. That was too long. Okay, that arrives Monday and Saturday. That arrives tomorrow. We're going there. Yeah. Where's the Caribbean? Fast and inexpensive wave jump. Captain Buchan was a portly, smiling man with prominent gold teeth and a penchant for purple. I confess I thought him rather vulgar. I'm sorry, I've seen that look way too many times, so it agitates me. It was perhaps careless of me to expect Paris fashions from an ex-blockade runner in the new world. However, I felt rather guilty about my judgment when barely 200 miles from port. He was shot in the chest at close range. These were skies notorious for airship piracy. They seized our airship quickly and effectively. Or efficiently. Oh my god, are we really being taken over? There were 4 of them in all. An older woman, a pair of teak-skinned twins, and a small-boned young man, each one bristling with cutlasses, daggers, and pistols, and worn leather holders. The marks of hard living were clear on their bodies. Sorry. They were variously scarred and smelled and they smelled, to be perfectly honest, utterly putrid. Still, how thrilling. Nothing but criminals. They look frightening. How thrilling to be seized by pirates. Why, it was like something out of an adventure novel, or an Italian opera, although the thick, cloying smell of blood rather dampens the romance of the thing. Yeah, well, I also didn't go to New York because it would take longer to go to New York than, like, going north than going south, so I went south. The older woman had me and Monsieur Fogg bound and brought to her in the navigation room. The bodies of the captain and the crew were dragged and laid out on the road and the deck. Wonder if we could be next. Glanced at Monsieur Fogg, but his gaze was fixed on the captain's face, which was bloodied all down his one side. My master's expression was blank, as usual, but his hands had clenched into fists by his sides. "We're going to Port Royal," the older woman said, her lower lip disfigured by the scar that was slashed to the length of her face. It shone livid pink against her dark skin. "The crew is dead, but you..." She unsheathed her cutlass and scraped it against the skin of my cheek. "You two are white. You will be used to us." "You spared us because we're white?" My mouth nowhere. "Madam, I do not know how to inform you of this, but you are aware that you yourself are black." She chuckled and made my skin crawl. "Oh, trust me, monsieur, I am well aware." One of the twins whispered something to her, and she stalked away, her face darkening. The twin turned to me. "Don't be afraid of Lily," she said. "She's just scared. We all are. You have to help us, please." "I'm not afraid," I lied unconvincingly. The twin nodded. "Good. We'll need you brave." Port Royal had once been an infamous pirate port, a nexus of illegal trade, drinking dens, and prostitution. Now it was far more notorious for the pirates who had been strung up from gallows overlooking the harbor. The next pirate scheduled for execution was the captain of the bloodthirsty band who had taken our ship. "And you're going to help us rescue her," Lily said grimly, dagger digging into my back. "You're very loyal for a pirate." "Very loyal for a pirate," Lily snickered. "Do you think we weren't capable of loyalty just because we kill and rob and steal?" "That would be exactly why. You see these mansions, these beautifully paved streets, these imported trees? All of Port Royal is built in the blood of slaves. But that's not stealing. That's not robbing or killing. That's just business." Lily ground her teeth. "Well, being a pirate is just business too." "Tell me the plan." "Very good." Lily nodded. "We will go to the prison, and you will demand to speak to Dominique. That is, to Captain Liddell. I have a forged letter of authorization from the governor, and your master is so English so that they will not question it. We will take Dominique and shoot our way out." "That's not even a proper plan." "I don't care," Lily gritted out. "Annalise and I will pose as your slave girls, and we will have a dagger to your kidneys at all times. Do not think I will hesitate to kill you. Your lives are nothing to me besides Dominique's." True to her word, she marched us to the prison. 2 British soldiers were standing with a lazy watch outside. I presented our letter to them, and we were taken aside into the dark, stinking place. Captain Liddell was in a small cell, locked up slowly when we entered. Her eyes found Lily's an expression of mingled hope and uncertainty in her features. The stupid woman, she said roughly to Lily, "You shouldn't have come." I thought to distract the guard. But before I had finished my thought, Lily reached inside her jacket, took out her pistol, and shot one of our escorts in the head, while Annalise brought the butt of her pistol down on the other. Everything seemed to happen all at once. Annalise seized the captain, and we broke into a run. Pistol shot rang out all around us, and Annalise offered me a spare gun. "They're shooting at you too, monsieur." I took it. We had committed ourselves by helping the pirates, and I had to think of surviving this ill-considered encounter. The soldiers were clearly unprepared for a straightforward escape attempt in Port Royal itself, which gave us a much-needed advantage. Then Annalise screamed and clutched her shoulder, and I looked back to see a soldier reload his pistol and point at Monsieur Fogg. I shot the man, and his stomach exploded in a bloody ruin. I saw the wet pink of his viscera spread across the floor as he slumped over. He was dead. There was no time for remorse. "Come on," roared Lily, pulling me along. I can barely remember how we escaped, only that we did. Lily stopped when we reached the docks. It seemed as though news of half of Port Royal was enough. I did not want this time. I wanted to keep running, but she caught me by the arm. "Thank you for your help," she said, eyes shining. "You'd best get out of Port Royal. You'll chart." "Take us with you," I begged. Captain Liddell pulled Lily aside. "You should go your own way," Liddell said, her dark brown eyes surprisingly kind. "The governor will be looking for me, not you. You will be better on your own. Good luck." With that, they abandoned us on the docks. "Well," said Mr. Fogg, with infuriating calm, "I think it's time we laid low, as they might say." It was day 77. We had barely 100 hours remaining to return home. Hopefully, I browsed around, my ears open, investigating various ways in which we might continue. Nothing. So what we're going to do is, we're going to go to Port Prince. Another anxious night before the end of Monsieur. Mark Fame with tucked mustache. And when we get there, I will go get some water from my throat, and then we will continue. The Hispaniola was a fine old sailing ship that had been brought up in a ruined state and beautifully restored. Most of the fittings were original. The captain's anchor chain were steam-powered. so the boat could be operated by a skeleton crew was clearly a pet project of its owner, one Monsieur Smithson, rather than a commercial vessel of any kind. I joined our pilot on the deck. In short, we were safe to attend, so I attended my master. The journey was uneventful, even beautiful, and we arrived before sunset. Beg. Let's explore. We need ways out of here. Haiti has the distinction of being the only nation in the world established as a result of a successful slave rebellion nearly 70 years before. The slaves and the free people of color of Saint Dominique revolted against their French masters, and perhaps one of my ancestors had been a slave owner? Or in one of France's colonies? Is more than possible, and the thought left me with a deep sense of unease. As for Haiti, the nation had progressed beyond anyone's wildest imagination. In the last 10 years, spreading its influence across South Africa, or South America, and the Caribbean. The source of Haiti's newfound wealth was evident on the streets. The prince, the living animal automaton, Xanamoto. I looked up at the giant birds, which carried up to 4 passengers, thanks to the bone and wood extensions grafted onto their wings. Instead of copper and iron, Haitian automata were made from organic materials, bone, bright coral, pale wood. I'd never seen such creations before. I looked for an artificer's guild, but found no evidence of an outpost in the court. Oh, Prince. Surely the guild knew that Haiti was flouting its law. I would not leave Haiti without a Xanamoto. I wanted to know how they were. They seemed valuable, and would fetch an excellent price elsewhere. I found a local shopkeeper, but he shook his head. I cannot sell my creatures to foreigners, he said curtly. But we do sell automata, which have no living parts if you want. Attempt to steal! One of the iguanas as it darted by my legs. Their augmented bone and feather wings made them fast and almost impossible to catch, but I made a lucky leap and seized one of them by the tail. I had the Xanamoto under my jacket and hurried back to my lodgings, resolving to hide my acquisition in one of our trunks after that, rather than for my master, that I had acquired another traveling companion. My plan came to naught, however. Xanamoto refused all food and perished by midnight. No doubt it consumed a particular kind of fuel rather than the usual iguana comestibles, which would be consumables. I feel guilty for its death. It would still fetch a good price if I chose to sell it or hand it in into one of the artificers. Tucked it lifeless from Xanamoto in my trunk. Plan. Oh, there's no way we can afford that right now. But if we could, that would be the best. That would be our best bet right there. We can't go back. We gotta go forward. we had, it seemed, no alternative. We took to the streets, and the surf clogs had tipped upside down on the ground. My master's detachment was out in full force, and I think that prevented us from receiving much aid. I attempted to sing Miseras, in the hope of earning a few legitimate coins, but perhaps the choice of tune, perhaps my voice did not go down well. We finished the day with 29 pounds in the pocket. We must see what we can get from charity, Master declared boldly, for I knew how little he had enjoyed the experience previously. We at best looked destitute and in need of sympathy. After a few hours, we were surprised by the appearance of an English gentleman and his valet. The gentleman appeared to disregard us utterly, but the manservant, with a fabulous twirl of his moustache, regarded us with thoughtful eyes. I held out our hand. They looked desperate. The gentleman nodded. "Throw him 500 pounds, the gentleman remarked, and the valet did so. We thanked them, but they hurried away, so as though in a race to be elsewhere. We gotta go. Well, that's not a question. We might be able to make that. We're asking for 950 more. What? Oh. I thought it was giving me the option to embark, and I was like, what? More than we can pay. Yeah. We had no choice but to curl up near a local stream and valve like wild dogs and shiver. Halfway through the night, we were accosted by a miserable and hungry individual. He could then join us. He did so only to spend hours until daybreak. Stretching my arms and legs from fleas, I woke even more tired than before. So we lay down to sleep. Mr. Fogg remembered, today is day 80. We have failed. Do not lose heart. We must still return home, and as fast as possible. Yeah, we can't afford any of the trips out of here. Oh. Oh, he can't make that trip? Get him above 44. Okay, you can make the trip now. What? Alright. This is where I'm gonna, like, take a break. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get some water. And I am back. Our transport was an Anhinga, tram-sized mechanical bird with jet black metal feathers and a curved wooden beak painted a lurid yellow. A double row of 12 seats were riveted to its back, and our luggage was suspended below its vast boilers. Greetings, Edard. Hello there, Count. Present. Tell me more about Pagoda. Did you know the last Market Pagoda has closed? But tell me, do you like to dance? Yes. The music called me and I must answer. Called the City of the Red Roofs. Okay. Peered over the side, the Caribbean Sea below. Could you understand Haitian Creole? He asked. I nearly fell out of my seat in surprise. I was asking a question about languages. It was quite unprecedented. Why do you wish to know? I asked politely as possible. Answer the question, Prospertout. I understand it. He said, I wonder why I could not apprehend it, as I have some facility with French. So you do not have time to accustom yourself. Frog possessed the... Hello, kitten. We didn't make it back in the 80 days. Birds do not have time to accustom yourself, I lied comfortingly. Mr. Fogg possessed the facility of a well-educated, disinterested English gentleman with French, which is to say, not very much at all. I was only glad he did not attempt to maul my native tongue with any great frequency. I've noticed that some linguistic facility is of use when negotiating prices and exploring one's options, he remarked coolly. Yes, it's rather... I can take care of all that for you. I replied quickly, rather shocked at the revelation that my master had only just noticed that languages were quite useful upon a round-the-world journey. Sir Fogg said nothing else of the matter for the rest of our passage, but it did rather set me to wondering what other obvious notions had yet to occur to my otherwise formidable employer. We gotta get out of here. We gotta go that way. Maybe we can go to Dublin? No. Alright. Cracker biscuits. Freetown. Wasn't Freetown one of the ones that's like... no, that interests me. We took rooms in the old Spanish colonial district of El Portillo, a township of villas, and an abundant trees bounded by the Guer River and a series of mountainous peaks to the north. He yearned to go exploring, but Master needed aid after a long journey. He was thoroughly exhausted, so I spent the evening ensuring he was well rested. He was rested and well fed. Passepartout, he muttered softly, but said no more, merely nodding. No, that's not where I want to go. Go elsewhere. Explore. That looks promising. My second encounter in Carcass was much less than intimidating. Two men with long mustaches, caped coats, were sitting on the steps of a domed building, drinking wine and looking quite worse for wear. I asked them what they were celebrating. They patted the steps that they were sitting on. "This fine building," the second declared, "is our building." He put out a hand. "Juan Fernando Marit at your service, and this is Roberto." Passepartout. "Come, Monsieur Passepartout. Come sit." Join them on the steps and listen to their talk of pointing and jointing and domes and weights. It seemed that they were something of a loose end after such a long project. "So what will you do now?" Juan shrugged. "I'll design something bigger, I suppose," Roberto nodded, "with deeper foundations. I left them to consider how the drawbacks of the grand project and the emptiness they leave behind once fulfilled, be it a building or colony in India or a race around the world. That's more than we have. Shit. That's one we need to take too. Monday. As night fell, performing Master every service. This way, get his health up a bit. This journey is proving more dangerous training than I expected. Yep. Let's go. Okay. Javog looked all but haggard. "My funds at home are not unlimited, but I would prefer not to draw on them." But with that complaint issued, he snapped shut his ledger. I regarded the manager. 1,000 by tomorrow? Let's help him heal up a bit more. There we go. Returned to the bank as early as possible to collect our funds, and we were ready to depart. Okay, it says 1,006. Oh. Oh shit. found an airship that sailed late into the evening and climbed aboard. The Miquita was a spare airship of older Spanish design, no doubt purchased at a cut rate by Captain Escobar. A likable sort, generous and good-natured, pausing to apologize for the way her crew kept looking at my master and me. We see few Europeans out here. Do you discourage European travelers? Not as such, Captain Escobar shrugged. Most Europeans have little interest in my business. For the last 5 years, Magira has offered passage to Freetown for families looking for relatives who were abducted as slaves. Yeah. We probably had you know. Why are they looking Freetown? That's where the British Navy deposited slaves captured from slaver ships, she told me, her voice taking a bitter edge. They tell them to make a new life, forgetting all of them have mothers and fathers and lovers left behind when they are abducted. That's no other questions for... Since the captain would not answer them. And instead stood with her upon the observation deck watching the ocean roll beneath us. No doubt confused by our presence on board, the other passengers aided us, or avoided us. All that is apart from Monsieur Satillo, who cornered me on the observation deck with a challenging look. What are you looking for in Freetown? I'm looking for anyone. He looked at me blankly. You have not lost anyone? Only ourselves. I replied, then regretted the remark, shaking my head. Forgive me, it's been a long and tiring journey. We are, you see, going around the world. He barked a short, mirthless laugh in response, and leaned closer. If I find my son, he said, I will go back to my home, and hold him close, and never leave again, and count my life a full one. I might do the same were I you. He just smiled slowly. Maybe you would. I do not know whether to envy you or pity you. Do not ask my friends whether Monsieur Satillo ever found his son. I do not know, for we did not meet after landing. I have my hopes, though, and I hold them close still. We were stopped and searched by a British West Africa Squadron airship, whose crew questioned all of the passengers closely to ascertain that they were not slaves being taken off to some grim plantation. Oh, a bristle-mustached lieutenant called, spotted me. What are you meant to be? I am a valet. He's a passenger, Edwards, Captain Escobar interjected wearily. Please do not harass him. Lieutenant Edwards seemed torn between performing the courtesies afforded to a lady and his scorn for her trousers and cutaway coat. Let him stand back. The correct form is Captain, Monsieur. I sniffed, turning to the captain. Surely they know you are no slaver. How would they know? She rolled her eyes. The West Africa Squadron merely find it awkward not to be the only heroes dashing about and hoping to plague me into returning home to take up embroidery. Or get decently married, Lieutenant mumbled. Was he turning red? You have an admirer, Captain. I cried, delighted as his deepening flush. Captain Escobar exhaled like a whip crack. He's just a pompous boy, and I have far more important matters on my mind. The poor lieutenant opened his mouth and closed it again. I believe he is blowing you a kiss, remarked Escobar. Thus embarrassed, the lieutenant and his troops wrapped up their search with admirable efficiency, and we continued on our way to Freetown, free from his lovelorn harassment. We tethered at Freetown in late afternoon, and I looked over the busy port and bustling market stalls with interest. Captain Escobar bid us farewell, but her eyes were scanning the crowds around us, searching. What will you do after you find your lost one? I asked softly. Oh, cry, most probably, she said lightly. And then, well, there are always more lost people to find on these shores. I watched the passengers' faces as they dispersed into Freetown, each one searched sharp and bright with hope. Hope is, after all, the Maqueta's gift and her mission. Freetown drew life from its harbor. Municipal buildings and warehouses gave way to residents around the estuary. Oldest university in West Africa was visible further along the Fura Bay. The locals called it the Athens of Africa. Students from all over the continent attended classes, adding to the mixed populace. The streets were thronged with people of different shades of black and brown and white, wearing everything from traditional West African clothing to the latest European styles. I caught the eye of a Yoruba woman wearing a traditional aso oak in burnt orange, who told me her name was, oh, I can't pronounce that. I can't. I'll just say it's OJ. Not to be disrespectful, but that's the closest I'm gonna get. I do not know what to think of Freetown yet, and she said thoughtfully. I was rescued last week from a slave airship bound for Bahia. Rescued? I asked. Yes, she gave a strange look. By the Royal West Africa Squadron. They patrolled the shores and attacked slavers. Surely you have heard of this. She turned her face, and I gasped. Her entire left cheek, which had been in shadow, was gouged with shrapnel scars, which extended to her neck and no doubt below her blouse. Yes, she said, noting my observation. Being rescued is a dangerous business. Did the slavers shoot you? No, I think it was one of the British sergeant-at-arms shooting at a slaver behind me. OJ drew her shawl around her shoulders more closely. We were just lucky that a stray bullet didn't hit the hydrogen tanks or pierce the envelope during the skirmish. I've heard that it happens quite regularly. Will you stay in Freetown? I do not think so. I worked the trade caravans with my sister and her husband before I was captured. Her jaw hardened. I am heading out at first light tomorrow to Timbuktu. Hopefully I will find them there. Considered joining her and gathered some relevant details from her. It would be a journey of 5 days and not an easy one. I bade her a polite farewell as she moved away from the sun. It grew too much for me, and I retreated to the shade. We had come so far, my master and I, but there was so long way to go. New route discovered. Okay, so we have 3 routes, and this one takes us the closest to our destination. And it leaves tomorrow at 10. the last hours of the evening, I helped the kitchen staff to clean, earning 75 pounds. 74. I was right the first time. No! Aboard the Charlotte, a British mail airship carrying diplomatic papers and not a few puffed up personage to Marrakesh, no doubt bound for the Alawite court at Fez, Captain Edwards. Looked a little worse for drink. But still commanded the airship admirably, and seemed quite steady on his feet when Sir Fogg took against him for some obscure reason, and retired to his cabin for the entirety of the journey. Edwards offered me a cigar, which I refused, and leaned over the airship's guard veil as he blew smoke into the cold blue sky. And that Fogg's something of a cold fish, isn't he? Very much in the old style. We'll have to explore here and sleep here next door. It's actually quite loud right now. Though no longer the Alawite capital, Marrakesh was a city touched by glory. Enormous fortified walls encircled the old city with trading settlements, clinging to the outer ramparts. Homes had been barred from the city, without the Sultan's express permission till only 12 years ago, but now it was growing rich off European trade. I fell in with some Galui tribesmen, sipping mint tea in one of the many ornamental gardens around the city. Yosef, a forward-thinking sort of chap, offered to wrap a tekomutst around my bare head. I don't know what that is, so sure, why not? A welcome suggestion which I acquiesced eagerly. They twisted the distinctive length of blue cloth around my head deftly and pronounced themselves well pleased with the effect. Now you do not look like a barbarian, Yosef chuckled. And here's where I'm like, One man's barbarian is another man's prince, I replied. Speaking of princes, we were discussing the nature of leadership, Yusuf said. We have governed ourselves for many years, but now the Sultan has appointed a Qaid, an administrator, you would say. Some of us chafe at this. He is very high-handed. Is he a good leader? Perhaps. Yusuf leaned back into the shade of the bay tree. The question we ask is, do we need a Qaid at all? We are men, not children, in need of a firm hand. Depends on the leader. Politic answer. Yusuf slanted me a knowing look. You are an interesting fellow, Perspetout. I wish you joy in this fair city. I thought much on his words. I walked through the ochre city, but came to a few conclusions. If you think I'm wearing that cloth head thing, you are most mistaken. If you are to explore, learn all. Fourth. Arrives today. We hired one of those local mechanical horses-drawn galoshes from the garden square between Tobia Mosque and Dejima El Fana. I have no idea if that's pronounced correctly. I'm just gonna nod my head. It was only a short journey to Tangier. Mr. Fogg and I had to sit facing each other in the canopied vehicle, so I naturally began a conversation. Have you visited Tangier before? Until I departed London for my wager, I had never left the comforting shores of England. What? I was, he said simply, perfectly content. His judgment kept me silent until our quest deposited us at Tangier, the much fabled city of espionage and wonder. Stream valve, like the poorest peasant, and shivered till morning. The night was cool and hard. I thought I was going to die. Tangier, the guidebook I had once read, is not yet Europe. It is true, but it is not yet no longer Morocco. True that the people of Tangier spoke many languages, and were of every color and religion and creed imaginable, but the admixture itself was distinctly Morocco. There's a little time left in this place. Well, let's go to the shadowy bar. To complete my picture with a city full of intrigue and espionage, and fell into conversation with no idea what that is. Who had fled the Spanish government's brutal repression regime. Tangier, he said, is a marvelous place, a city of many cultures and opinions. A person can be free in Tangier. I drank down my gin in a single gulp, and my companion refilled my glass. 2 journeys and their end. Now, if you need a journey, the man continued, my friend here has one. He slapped a rough-looking character on the shoulder. But the price that will make your eyes water worse than this glass. Salute. Several gins later, I made my meandering way back to Mr. Fogg. A fine city, he pronounced. Where to next? Oh. Yeah, that's not even half. Slept poorly. We took a ferry across the Strait of Gibraltar, hired a gardener, Gibraltar car, and two drivers, Domingo and Demas, a pair of twins, on European soil. Having a relief driver allowed us to travel all day and night. It was a journey of almost 24 hours exactly. Are you happy to be back in Europe, sirs? Don asked. Oh yes, I said fervently. He considered my answer as the steam valve screamed its release. Been traveling long? It was like an eternity. He smiled and said, hold on tight. Fell into silence as the Spanish countryside and towns gave way to Portuguese settlements. Trying to sleep. I may have drooled a little bit on Mr. Fog's jacket during one of my naps. I do not know. I think he noticed at least. He said nothing of the matter. Our journey had changed us both, my master and I. That much we could not deny, but our 80th day had sadly passed. Much of the sun, the orient light of dawn reflected off the Atlantic. The city rose up, and before us like a dream. In Lisbon, we sat down to dine in one of the charming little restaurants with a view. Across from librarian Kathleen, the maitre d'hotel came over to our table, and the waiter brought our aperitifs. It's in Horse? Correct. I think that's how you pronounce that. Bringing his hands, I have a great favor to ask. I'm sure we can accommodate you, I replied placately. The man was clearly at his wit's end. My foolish brother, what a trial he is to our dear mother, has made a grave error, and we have 2 guests without a table. The matron looked anguished. Could we possibly impose on you, senors, to add 2 to your number? Regarding Mr. Fogg for his opinion, he cleared his throat. Well then, we shall be glad to oblige. The matron ushered a top-hatted English gentleman and his dapper Prussian valet to our table. We were strange mirrors of each other. Mr. Fogg and I clearly comprised the superior, more handsome image. Our masters greeted each other and made the particular sort of upper-class small talk which forms a gentle background murmur to a servant's ears. Meanwhile, the Prussian valet introduced himself as Daedric and gave a hearty sniff as our appetizers were served. I hope the food is up to Her Montgomery's standards, he remarked. Her Montgomery is very particular. So is Mr. Fogg, I insisted. He is a most exacting master. Oh, he cannot be exacting and precise as my own master. Oh, God. Daedric insisted with horrible glee. He is a fiend for detail. We gave each other a look. The sort of look 2 poisonous snakes might exchange. When thrust into the same basket, I decided to make an innocuous inquiry and asked what the monsieurs were doing in Lisbon. Ah, well, that's the thing. My master and I, Daedric paused to chuckle to himself. We were traveling around the world. You, I spluttered. You were traveling around the world? Yes, Daedric nodded with satisfaction and leaned closer. For a wager. No, I shook my head in horror. That can't be. I stared at him and... Indeed, Daedric continued completely. We're heading to Tangier tomorrow, and from there South Africa across the Pacific. West instead of east? I mumbled as though in a dream. Daedric ignored me loftily. And why? He asked with awful courtesy. Are you and your master We're also traveling around the world, I told him. Carelessly. Could not resist adding. Mr. and I went the sensible way and are nearly back to London. Mr. Montgomery looked up from his plate, his eyes cool and remote. What a remarkable coincidence, he remarked without expression. Quite. Let us give you some advice. And since we have just come that way, Daedric raised an overly sharp eyebrow, but did not decline my offer. Yes? Don't buy too much expecting to sell elsewhere. Markets abroad never pay well. Sleeping rough is considered perfectly safe in most of the world. Daedric smiled thinly. This very meal is being paid for by the sale of a single monocle. One simply has to make good trades. As our master rejected that. We all took our leave with awful echoing politeness. I made sure to press Daedric's hand with particular firmness as we parted. I think we understood each other, valet to valet. You seemed discomfited, Passepartout, Master remarked, with the barest hint of a smile. I do not like that, Daedric, I said. He had a thieving, unconscious look about him. I would not be surprised if he were a fraudster and duping that poor Monsieur Montgomery into keeping him as a valet. Crossed my arms. What sort of name is Daedric anyway? Passepartout, Mr. Fogg said with a small sigh in his voice. You are a man of remarkable depth. We got to explore. And... oh, look! I spent a few hours in exploration discovering the options for how we might continue our journey. I mean, that. Alright, we need to get just a little bit. 700. That might be enough. I just leaned down and hit the mute button. Sorry. here. We had 3 days to wait until our money arrived in London. Found a room at the time of goodbye. Woke ready at the bank as soon as... Day 99. This is only supposed to take 80 days. There we go. We left Lisbon aboard the Madre dos Dos. The Dos? 2 deaths. An old Torres Cuervo ship, a Corvedo ship, airship with a belly full of Algarve oranges and early season cherries. The smell of ripe, refreshing fruit would have tantalized me. With the duration of our 1-day journey to London. Mr. Fogg looked out of the observation deck windows with perfect calm. Though the wager was lost and he was no doubt ruined, I did not quite know what to feel myself. Spent my remaining time watching every possible danger. One eye on the crew, the other on the ship, ready to react to the slightest trouble, but nothing broke the peacefulness of our day. We tethered their ship dock at Hyde Park, and felt for the first time in 100 days the feel of English soil under our shoes. At long last, we had returned to London. I held one of the steam carriages idling at the banks of the Serpentine in Hyde Park to the Reform Club. I instructed. "To Savile Row," he corrected calmly, and turned his face to the window. "I've most surely lost my wager." Soot and fog thickened the yellow light of the gas lamps as we drove through the streets of London. I think I only truly grasped the truth of the matter then. Hearing the words in my master's unflected tones, we had lost the wager, and by a wide, unmistakable margin. Yet I found myself thinking on the wonders and marvels we had seen in our journey. I could not bring myself to regret even a day of it. The master entered his domicile with his habitual tranquility, though he instructed me to leave the windows shut up so that his neighbors would not mark his return. I prepared his supper, and he ate heartily, as if he were not utterly ruined. "Hospitality began?" "Yes, Monsieur Fogg." In the silence that followed, I counted up. The hair's breadth escapes. All the obstacles which we had overcome, all and those which had delayed us. A valet you have been, and indifferent use to me. Passport out, he said, as though remarking upon the weather. But more importantly, you have circumnavigated the globe as my companion. Despite the unfortunate protraction of our journey, he added, it was no small feat. And what will we do now? I asked, trying to emulate my master's coolness and aplomb. My course, Prospect, Mr. Fogg interjected smoothly. It's fully decided upon. We must attempt the journey around the world once more. once more, I cried. Indeed, Mr. Fogg said implacably, an intent light glinting in his cold blue eyes. But this time, forewarned and better prepared, we will succeed. Yes, monsieur. I nodded smartly, glad I had not bothered to unpack her case. Mr. Fogg had consulted his ledger and tapped his pen. Perhaps this time, he said thoughtfully, without quite so many trips to the bank. Fogg blames failed mutiny and route to San Francisco begging to survive, and airship pirates in New Orleans region 100. New Orleans region for 100-day journey. Your journey cannot be shared. Make sure you have connected with the internet since starting the current journey and try again. I am connected. I'm streaming. I streamed this whole thing. Anyway. Thank you for, oh my god, it actually marked my journey on the globe on the screen. I'm gonna just continue, see what it says. Okay, so it just goes back to here. Okay, so we're just gonna open up this, and I'm going to say thank you for staying with me and watching this long, long journey. But I believe our own journey has come to an end. I have to stop the stream for today and host someone. But thank you for popping in. Thank you for all the time you've invested in viewing and watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And who am I going to... I know who I'm going to post. Someone I've actually had a little bit of fun role-playing with on ARK, but someone I sadly haven't had enough interaction with, in my own opinion. Again, thank you for watching, and hope you enjoy her stream as well.